Hello, everybody, and welcome to the ICGN's first Legends of Runeterra tournament. My name's Zeddy, and I am happy to be your host this evening alongside my partner, Betterson McGee.
Hello, everybody. Happy to be here. And as Zeddy said just a minute ago, this is the first Legends of Runeterra tournament, and hopefully it will not be the last. I foresee many, many more in the future.
Yeah, there's a lot of really great competitors we have signed up for today's tournament from all across the nation, from schools all over the country, US and Canada. I'm really excited to see what kind of games we're going to see. I took a look at the deck lists they submitted before the tournament starts, and there's a lot of really interesting deck lists. Definitely some off-meta things, some kind of creative takes on meta lists. So it's going to be really exciting games to watch, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what our colleges have to offer. The regions, and see what everyone's bringing to the table.
We also, I would like to mention also that our event is being sponsored. We're offering prizing to our first, second, and third place contestants, brought to us by our good friends at EGD Collective and All Mid. EGD is a nonprofit organization dedicated to removing barriers in game communities and making the industry a more accessible academic and career opportunity for everybody. They support casual gaming communities as well as aspiring and early career games for professionals, and by powering public-facing student-led organizations on state college and university campuses. They provide free events, educational programming, support systems for students through academic, financial, and emotional crises, and they ensure that students can complete their education and are prepared to establish healthy workplace boundaries in whichever field they choose. So big shout out to EGD Collective for supporting the event. Also from our friends at All Mid, who were established in 2015 to help unite esports communities in the Midwest. Its first event was a collegiate invitational that brought universities from 15 states to the Fifth Third Stadium for playing in esports tournaments over 2 days. All Mid has since grown to run community, collegiate, and 25,000 plus attendee national sponsored convention events as members of our esports community. Their primary focus has always been the well-being of esports. So big thank you to our sponsors for providing prizing for our first, second, and third place participants. We got some really cool stuff lined up for them. I'm really excited to see how hard these guys compete for some of those rewards. I know I would be playing my heart out for $50 RP and all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, you can get some sweet skins with that in League, and yeah, some other stuff in this game as well. Yeah, so just we could not express our thanks enough to our sponsors for this event. So just again, yeah, thank you very much for sponsoring the event, and we can't wait to get underway.
Yeah, our first match is going to be between two of our players, Dango and Liwakits. They're just getting set up now. We're taking a couple minutes to get the stream set up and good to go for our first game. But in the meantime, Betterson and I have kind of been taking a look at some of the taking a look at the Runeterra meta, kind of getting familiar with some of the things going on.
Oh yeah.
Looks like our players are locking in their decks now. But there's been some really interesting developments with the new Targon release, and we're going to actually get to see a lot of these new Targon champions being picked up in these deck lists in this tournament. Our first match is actually we've got an Aurelian Soul list lined up. We've got some Turbo Sedge lists lined up. We've got Twisted Fate, Swaying Control. There's some really cool lists. We're going to get to look at these more in depth kind of later on as the stream progresses, but really interesting list and a wide variety too. Not just your typical aggro spam. We're really getting to see kind of the full range of Runeterra's champion pool in this tournament.
Yeah, and just another thing, we know that Legends of Runeterra is a relatively newer game, so we're going to be very beginner friendly in this stream. We're going to approach things from every angle. For example, I am Zeddy is 10 times better at this game than I am.
Oh, why,
so
thank
you're
you.
going to get a lot of different perspectives. But if you want to get better, hint, listen to Zeddy. All right. But yeah, we're going to go over everything as much as we can, and just be very thorough with our covering of each game.
Absolutely. There's a lot. Sometimes games like this move quite quickly, and we want to make sure that everybody's kind of keeping up to speed with what's happening. So we'll make sure to give you that rigid play-by-play as these games are going on. We're just pulling up the deck list here, trying to get a closer look at some of these decks. Yeah, I'm really excited for this ASOL list. I am a huge fan of the ASOL ramp list. I think ASOL is such a fun character, and in League of Legends, he's such a cool character, but we don't really get to see a whole lot of play from him. But yeah, like there's just so much you can do with such a late game champion like that, and I'm really really excited to kind of see how it looks.
Yeah, I remember Aurelion Sol's release in League of Legends. It was such a, pun intended, astronomical event. It was just a high impact. It was everyone was like really begging for more dragons. If you get not only a dragon but a space dragon, and now he's in Legends of Runeterra. A very exciting champion. And we can't wait to see what decks our competitors have to offer today.
Yeah, and one of the really awesome things about Aurelion Sol is the addition of the new Celestial package. Like these Celestials are cards that don't start in your deck; they're cards that are created by invoking these lists or invoking these cards, and they can do some really crazy things. There's some really 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 interesting Celestials, Celestials that will just obliterate 2 units off the board. Celestials that will allow you, like Living Legends, a 10 mana card that fully refreshes your mana and just gives you a whole handful of Celestials, like some really powerful cards that don't come online until later on in the game. So these decks are really built around like slowing the pace of the game and kind of dragging things out into the later stages and really just popping off. There's all these memes about Aurelion Sol wins on turn 10, and honestly, it's kind of true with the power of Celestials in this new patch.
Yeah, a very welcome change of pace in the face of all the aggro decks, filling this meta. Aurelion Sol is a welcome change with some spectacular cards and beautiful card art. Looking at his level up one just now, I don't think I'd seen it before up until this point, and it's breathtaking.
Yeah, it's really, really nice. One of the things that I'm really interested though is to see kind of the unique combinations that people put together with Aurelion Sol. More often than not, though, it looks like Trundle seems to be kind of the partner of choice for Aurelion Sol. You've got that big 5 point Freljordian body to kind of tank damage while you buy time for your big boy dragon to come online. Packing tons of mana generation, 3 Wiring Stones, 3 Catalysts of Aeons, just all these tools you have to really hit that enlightenment point like as immediately so you can get Aurelion Sol down as quickly as possible.
Yeah, it looks like the first game is getting underway. You can see the champions on each team, and starting out with a Monkey Idol, Parlay, Jagged Butcher, and Twisted Fate in the hand of Leo Kits.
Yeah, and for Dango here, we've got our aggro deck. We've got starting out with a Fleet Feather Tracker here, just a really kind of like small, short response there to our 2/2 Plundering Body. Just really trying to establish some board presence. And it looks like we're going in for like a really aggressive play here, dropping the barrier onto the Fleet Feather, giving it Challenger, and giving it the ability to clear out our first kind of like defending unit and really put some pressure on this board here.
Make It Rain is already being committed. No, opting not to play it. It is a pretty good chance to kill the Seagull over there. Gonna go for it anyways. Yeah. Let's see if Aeon is gonna respond. No.
So we got the challenge here, and we're clearing out the Jagged Butcher, just putting some damage on Nexus. This is a very aggressive list, this Misfortune list. It's really trying to put down as much damage on Nexus as it can as quickly as possible, especially into that Freljordian matchup. Like Freljord likes long games; they like games that go late, and he's really got to put the tempo on. We're actually probably going to see the Misfortune drop right here.
Oh yeah.
Really aggressive call. Really trying to push in as much damage as we can. We've got a scout unit in hand with the Grizzled Ranger. The Grizzled Ranger will allow him to attack twice in one turn with that scout passive, which means double the damage coming out from Misfortune. Um, might be opting to go for the Senna here out, and he's changing his mind. The Grizzled Ranger definitely seems to be like the best play, in my opinion, here. It really lets you put down as much damage as you can with that Misfortune passive. Really just striking as much damage and fear into his opponent's heart with these double attacking units with that Misfortune passive combined. It's just so much damage, especially when there's not a lot of blockers on board.
Oh, and the Twisted Fate coming into play now. He's going to start getting ready to level up, as soon as possible. Each turn that goes by and every draw, he's going to get closer and closer to leveling up. So you want to get him down as soon as possible, usually.
Yeah, and that high roll on the red card was such a beautiful kind of 33% chance to destroy that board, taking out 2 of his units. really, really good defensive play there. We've got the monkeys coming out from the powder monkeys coming out from the monkey spawn, and these are just going to kind of keep poking out damage at Dango's Nexus. They also provide really good blockers on defense as well, because they always trade up for +1 point into anything that doesn't overwhelm. It always trades up, so it's just a really good defensive body.
Mm-hmm. Just looking at the board state right now, and just considering their decks, who do you think has like the biggest advantage right now?
Looking at the kind of the state of the board, it's kind of hard to determine. They're both running some pretty like aggressive lists. Like obviously, Freljord likes these late game lists,
Right.
and Liwakits is kind of happy to play a slightly slower game. Wait for his Sejuani to come online, but playing into the misfortune coin, like that's just a lot of damage, and it's kind of hard to deal with that aggression. So we'll really have to see how these next turns play out. But with both Lucian and Senna on board, combined with the misfortune, like that's just so much damage um, threatening this board right now. He might even just attack before playing anything. He does have the Kithria on hand, which would be a great follow up. It's +1/1 for all units on board, and Fearsome, which would be incredible here. But even just a swing
Sure.
like this is just so threatening to the board state. That misfortune will clear out both defending units if he decides to block with the Plunder Monkey. Clear out everything, basically clear out the whole board. It's just so threatening. And he actually does opt for the Kithria. So he's going for like a lethal push here. This is a very, very aggressive move from Dango for sure.
And even if this doesn't win in the game right away, I'm pretty confident that at least the Twisted Fate's not going to get out of this alive, which is a definite wound to the game plan.
Oh, actually, the probably a really, really unfortunate kind of use. He really baited out the Sejuani there. Sejuani obviously making that unit vulnerable and frostbitten for the turn. You'd like to be able to use that on the offensive when you have the attack token, but playing it defensively, frostbiting the Kithria, really trying to threaten the board. But Dango is going to go ahead and attack with that Kithria anyways, get that +1/1 on all of his offensive units, all these quick attacking units, and that's a massive board striking, all fearsome. Only one defender available for Liwakits in the Sejuani.
Yeah, this is looking to be a monstrous attack coming up. Gonna have to throw in some defense. The Sejuani's gonna take a lot of damage.
We'll just wait to see how he declares his blockers here. It doesn't look like it's going to be very clean. He's still taking, by the looks of things, we've got 9, 13, 14 damage. And Liwakits is surviving by the skin of his teeth here from that first attack. 2 health left on his Nexus, moving into turn 7.
My word.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see. With the Sejuani online here coming pretty close to the level up, actually, there is the possibility for a big swing, but things are looking pretty dire for Liwa. We'll have to see what he manages to pull here. He does have the Riptide Rex in hand. He does have the Fury of the North. He is actually going for the Plunder here, the quick and easy Plunder. So there's the Sejuani level up.
Oh, what a beautiful animation. Yeah, Sejuani leveling up. Things are looking a little bit better for Liwakits, but still in a pretty bad situation.
So the Bright still comes out to defend the Kithria, giving that Kithria a strong option to block into the Sejuani. The Sejuani threatening to kill any of the other units on board if Liwa does decide to go on the offensive. So that barrier play really kind of says no to that and shuts that play down.
Yep. It's just they're both looking to be just trying to build a lot of strong followers here. Having a lot of people on the board, it's going to make it just a lot easier for them to feel comfortable keeping their nexuses alive and posturing to destroy the opponent one.
And it looks like Liwa is going on the offensive. I think he knows that the clock is running out for his deck into this scout aggro list, and he's putting as much pressure onto the board as he can. But this may just be kind of like the end of things. Like we've got a Riptide Rex coming out next turn, but Dango's looking like he can just go for the offensive and go for the kill right at the beginning of his attack phase next turn. Really scary situation for Liwa. We'll have to see. It must got to be the top deck of the century. But that Frostbite actually comes out and keeps his board alive. Sejuani Frostbite holding on for dear life.
Still standing at 2 HP. Living on a prayer. Another
And
Jagged.
Dango dropping down that last Jagged Butcher, that last unit just to fill his board. Definitely looking like he's going to go on the offensive at the beginning of his turn here and might just go for the full swing before Liwa has the chance to point out his Nexus and slow down that damage with that Sejuani Frostbite.
This is just looking to be a great display of the power of aggro when done correctly.
Yeah, absolutely. Misfortune, one of the strongest aggro champions right now in the current meta. Just +1 damage to the board, +1 damage to Nexus on every attack. It's just so much to deal with. Even for the best control decks, it's a lot of pressure, and it's really hard to shut down, especially with this Kithria for that fearsome defense. And
Oh,
it looks
getting the
like Liwa
bow.
is accepting defeat here
Mhm.
with the Shen bowing out as his Nexus falls in game number 1.
Yeah. Well
Very
played by both
solid win.
players.
Very solid win for Dango with that aggro list.
Yeah, as you mentioned a little bit before, games will often go a bit faster since again we have a lot of aggro decks, and just goes to show like this is a pretty fast game coming out game 1 in this series.
Absolutely, and I mean that's really just kind of how aggro works. Misfortune is just like super abusive in this meta, and she has been really since the release of Bilgewater. Just so much damage coming out as a 3-point champion that just puts so much pressure down on the board. You know, you combine her with some of those easy 1-2 drops from Bilgewater, and especially from Demacia. Demacia having these amazing like low drop units, like the 3-2 barrier, like the 1.22, like all these massive kind of units with amazing damage and defensive stats for such low cost. It's just such a good synergy with Misfortune's aggression.
How do you think that game could have gone differently?
To be honest, I don't really know. I mean, it was pretty like Liwa drew as best as he could, and kind of responded as quickly as he could.
Right.
But it was just too much for him to handle. And we're actually moving into game 2 here with Shen Lulu versus the Sejuani TF again. A Shen Lulu is a massive support deck. It works to kind of like support your challenger units into becoming these really big, scary threats and just control the board. And actually drawing 3 Flower Childs here in his starting hand. That's so much pressure with 1-point pressure.
Oh,
Um,
yeah. Yeah, support is quite a unique mechanic. Why don't you just give a quick explanation of it, just for those who might not be initiated?
Yeah, so the way that support works is when you put a support unit attacking to the left of an allied unit, it gives its support effect to the unit to its right. So, for example, when Lulu supports a unit, the unit to its right becomes a 4/4 body. So really, really, really scary threats. Shen, when he supports, he provides barrier. Obviously, on level up, it's barrier plus 3/0. And so combining these two champions together, really kind of funneling in to build up that Lulu, level up that Lulu as quickly as possible. Dango's really just trying to develop a board here and set up his board for when that Shen comes online on turn 4. He's going to be attacking on turn 4 with these Flower Childs, and they're just going to turn into these massive threats with that barrier, with that plus 2/0. Just super good synergy with the Shen there.
Yeah, Lulu's definitely going to be able to level up pretty quickly in this matchup here. Support just being a really accessible tag in this deck list with this, especially again, like you were mentioning with the Shen.
And here's the attack, and we can see, just look at the power of the Shen combining with the Flower Child. A 1/2 turns into a 3/2 barrier. It's such a scary threat, especially this early on into the game. With great synergies as well, with extra barriers in hand and a rally, he can really just put as much pressure down as he needs to on this board. And Liwa is struggling to kind of get units down in response. He's got all these like kind of low health units that he's getting down, but he's not really able to managing to get anything too big in response. He's having a really hard time kind of just like defending against this pressure.
Yeah,
But
Lua
it looks like,
eyeballing that Swift Challenger. Or
yeah, the
Lancer, sorry.
Swiftwing Lancer might be the response he needs, though, with the Challenger to threaten out the Shen. But opting actually to just get the quick poke in with the plunder, with the elusive there, probably trying to plunder and put some pressure down on this board. He has activated the Black Market Merchant. He might go for a nab here, try to nab something off the top of Dango's deck.
Goes for it. Once you get a War Chef.
And the War Chefs is such an amazing steal. It's a great support body, and it's super applicable in either list. It's not really kind of bound to something like a Flower Child. It's just a great unit to have, and it's a decent defensive body as well. Moving into this attack turn, a 2-3 body will definitely be able to trade into some of these lower health units on Dango's side of the board. And here comes the third Flower Child. That mulligan really coming in clutch with all these small 1-2 units. With the rally in hand, this might just be a full board clear for Dango. We'll have to see how this turn plays. And he actually commits the Relentless Pursuit now. While Liwa has 6 mana in hand, he really read the hand well. Like Liwa, even though he has 6 mana, there's actually nothing he can play. It's just the warning shot. So this is a really scary situation for Liwa. He's going to get attacked into, probably lose a lot of his board, and not really have the opportunity to get any more defenders down moving into the next attack.
Yeah. Although if this doesn't turn out well for Ayana, they only do have 1 card left in their hands, so it really is an all-in gamble here. Really hoping that Liwa doesn't have any answer to this, otherwise they would be in a lot of trouble.
I do really like this play from Dango, though, and I like it because what it does is it forces this Freljord list, this list that likes to go late, that likes to get that Sejuani online. It forces it to play its Sejuani defensively. Like, Liwa is still going to get to play the Sejuani on turn 6 next turn, but as he's playing it on turn 6, he's not going to be able to attack with it. Again, he's going to be in the same situation as he was last game, going to have to use the Frostbite defensively as opposed to offensively, where he would probably rather like to use it to clear out something like the Shen, something like a buffed up Flower Child. Instead, he's going to have to use it as a blocker, and you never want to be in that position against a deck that's trying to race you down. You never want to have to be making suboptimal plays. Next is going down to 8 health here as the attack token flips over, and Dango has full board control with a riposte. He's actually just going in for the game-winning push here.
No fear.
And there's the Shen level up.
Level up too. Things are looking pretty bleak for Liwa here.
With just a 1-1 to block and a 4-3 on either side, it might just be the riposte for the finish here. I don't know. Liwa has no responses in hand. We'll see if Dango makes the call. Does Dango make the read?
Heart of the cards. Believe in yourself. Go for it.
We'll have to see what he does. Is he going to commit the riposte? It looks like he might be reconsidering on that choice.
Playing it safe.
Having a hard time deciding whether to go in or not. The read is not strong with this one. And it looks like he's feeling himself a little. I think he's kept going back and forth and back and forth, but I think he's finally committed to the win. And there's the surrender coming out from Liwa Kits. 2-0 for Dango with those aggro lists. Just so much pressure on that board. Those are some really fast-paced games, but super, super, super crazy and fun to watch. For sure.
I feel like I got whiplash from watching those games. Just went by so quickly.
Yeah, it was just so much. It was just instant, just slapping down cards and really, really pushing for that Nexus constantly at every turn, at every second, just putting as much pressure down on the Nexus as he could. With those Flower Childs, like that mulligan was insane for him. Just having all that 1-1 pressure that he could build into these really big units with that Shen in hand. Excellent win by Dango. Obviously, very well played from Liwa as well on the defensive. Just a great first match to start off our Runeterra tournament.
Do we know what the next game is going to look like?
I think we're still waiting for the first round to end. This is something we'd like to mention really quick, is that while these games are going on, we are unfortunately unable to stream all of the games in tonight's matches. So while this game is being played, there are 4 other matches being played concurrently. Once those matches have resolved themselves, the scores will be uploaded, and tournament admins will have a chance to kind of review the game stats, and the next bracket will come out, and that's when we'll move into the second round. So we'll kind of give the other matches a second to resolve. And yeah, I mean, while we're doing that, like, why don't we can take a look at some of these decks here.
Sure.
For like, I'd love to see kind of what we missed out on. It looks like the ASOL got banned away.
Couldn't handle him.
I really, really, really want to take a look at this ASOL list. I'm obsessed with ASOL. I'm sorry. I just love that card. He's so fun. So cool.
I feel you. I'm on the ASOL train with you.
Just a really refreshing change, kind of, from some of the other things that we see so often in the meta. Yeah, kind of taking a look at what we missed out on. Obviously, we didn't get to see that list in today's matches. Liwa was stuck on the Twisted Fate, Sejuani, both games. But yeah, this kind of late game control list, this late game ramp list, really just taking over the, like, kind of as the game goes on. and moving into like turn 7, 8, when we can get that Ice Pillar down for Trundle. Um, just a really, 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 really strong way to kind of like hold on to a game when it goes late. We might not be able to see that in some of these games with all these aggro lists that we're going to be seeing, but it would be really, really cool to see something go late like that and kind of hang on to that turn 10 for a big drop like Aurelion Soul.
If we could watch a game that lasts longer than 10 seconds, that would
Yeah,
be pretty
yeah. I
interesting.
mean,
Yeah,
I
I
don't think
agree.
these games are going slow enough for anything like that to happen. It's just, oh man, I don't even know where to look. It's cards are flying everywhere. So much is happening all the time. So much
Sure.
pressure on these boards. So many units. So much damage
And a
too.
lot of it just that last game really came down to a gamble taken down. Would he commit the riposte or not? Really just feeling out whether or not his opponent had an answer,
Yeah,
and it paid off in the
absolutely.
end.
That was such a great read by Dango, knowing that there was no response in hand. Just kind of making the judgment call to push for that win there. Um, Even though like there was 6 mana, for Liwa had 6 mana available to him. Um, yeah, just a really, really, really great play.
For sure.
Um, I think we're going to cut to intermission for a little bit while we wait for round 2 to get started. Once the players kind of complete their bans, we'll be back for our second match of the day. Thank you so much for watching and stay tuned. And we're back, getting ready for round two. Our players are just getting set up and ready. They've just submitted their bans. They're just getting ready to kind of select their decks for their first game. I got a lot of really interesting lists. Our first match is going to be between Koob and Ari for match number two. I'm really excited to see some of these control lists. Actually, a couple control lists made it through here this
Yeah.
time around.
After a fantastic first series that feels like a distant memory at this point since it went by so quickly. I'm ready
Yeah,
to
it was a
see like a change of
fleeting
pace.
moment for sure.
Oh man, the moments of our youth, things like something like that.
Absolutely. Back in the good old days when
Back in the good old days when
aggro
we
was
watched
played.
aggro.
Now, as we've aged with the times, we're moving into a fancy Karina control list coming out from Koob. Really interesting champion lineup here. Opting for a triple Shadow Isles set with 3 copies of Elise, 2 copies of Thresh, and 1 Callista. This is really interesting take on the control list. Typically, you see triple Elise, triple Vi with this deck, but actually opting for the Callista, which just gives them a lot more pressure in that kind of early game Shadow Isles package.
hmm Yeah, the Callista leveling up when she sees heroes, champions die is a nice little bonus tech. Thresh and Callista, both level up at the same condition or
Yeah.
similar at least.
Well, yeah. So Callista, when 3 allied units die, she gets that level up where she gets to pull the strongest unit from the graveyard as an ephemeral attacker. And Thresh, pulling a champion directly from your deck, pretty good synergies if you have like Thresh pulling into a Callista. For that fearsome attacker, or Thresh pulling into that leveled up Elise as a challenger body. Like these are some really scary kind of threats that you have with the Karina control. Obviously, with your big game finishers like Commander, Ledros, and Veraza, like this is the kind of deck that really does whatever it can to drag the game out to the very late stages and just go for an absolute Nexus wipe with Ledros and Veraza. So I'm really excited to see how Koob pilots this deck.
Yeah, this feels like the type of deck that goes from losing one turn to about to win the next.
Yeah, it really does feel like that. In the early game, you kind of use your Spiderling package to drag onto things, and then finish off with your big like 9-drop units. So it really kind of does look like you're playing on the back foot at first, but there's usually a method to the madness with a deck like this, and kind of allowing yourself to take some damage and lose board control, so that you can fully wipe with your big removal spells like Ruination, Vengeance, and set up for a big finisher in Ledros into Barraza.
For sure, for sure.
I am really excited to see though some of these aggro lists from Ari. I myself am a big fan of the discard aggro package, that Draven, that Jinx combined. Draven obviously throwing those spinning axes, discarding cards from your hand to get +1/0, and Jinx leveling up when you've discarded your entire hand. So being able to like have just that innate champion synergy is just amazing for this aggro list. You get to put so much pressure down on turn 3 with the Draven coming out, on turn 4 with the Jinx. Just really just go for the throat with this kind of list.
For sure. If we see another like 2-minute game, it's gonna be with this deck.
A
For sure.
100%. And with the new addition of Poro Cannon coming in with the Targon expansion, the Poro Cannon's a really interesting card. Discarding a card from your hand for the ability to play a 1-point elusive Poro to kind of put some more pressure down on the board. Obviously, the elusive, when combined with things like Vision or a Spinning Axe, can really put a lot of pressure on decks that don't have responses for elusive units. I think it's a really kind of neat card to run in these lists.
hmm yeah, Ari definitely did their homework, getting nice and creative with some of the newer cards, and hopefully maybe we'll see the cards pay off. Huh?
Yeah, absolutely. Really great synergies. When this deck first came out, a lot of people were really kind of playing into the augmented experimenter as your big finishing card. You would use it to kind of set
Right.
up into the Jinx level up, and then just start throwing out rockets. But recently, there's been a switch to kind of a more unit focused build, and I think that's where the Portal Cannon comes in really handy. It synergizes really well with things like Arena Battlecaster, crowd favorite, because it's a 1-drop that you can set up to kind of give that +1/1 to that crowd favorite, that big overwhelming body for that finishing kill. Just really cool synergies with this deck, and very fast paced game for sure. As you were saying, just like dumping your hand over and over and over again, and getting ready to just spam out those rockets with Jinx when she hits that level up.
Yeah, and as you can see, the highest cost spell in this deck is only 3 mana. So they're
Yeah,
both going to be able to play something to empty their hand up at the drop of a hat.
it's
Will
3
create
mana and it gets cast when it gets discarded. So
exactly.
you're not even paying that 3 mana. It's just 3 mana that disappears, and it's amazing. You can really like a spinning axe into vision is +1 for your whole board and +1 for a unit for 0 mana. Like it's this deck gets so much value out of its discard package.
Hmm. And even just looking at the Jinx, even though she doesn't have the most health, having 4 when she levels up, that doesn't mean she's going to be an easy card to kill. She's going to be really difficult to defend into thanks to her quick attack and her unique ability, Super Mega Death Rocket, is going to be able to thin the opponent's lines pretty efficiently. Do so much.
Especially into something like the Spiderling package from Karina Varaza.
Exactly.
Um, it looks like our players are getting ready to lock in their decks here for our second match of the day. Um, really kind of excited to see what these games look like. It looks like we are going to be seeing one of Ari's other lists, the Burn Aggro list. It's a combination of Darius and Hecarim. Really unique combination. Typically, when this deck is played, you'll see something like a Zed to combine with the Hecarim.
Hmm.
The Zed obviously making an elusive attacker, which kind of helps the Hecarim quest up to that level up condition. But opting instead for the Darius, which combined with the Hecarim Overwhelm, really nice finishing card to kind of like slap on after a Hecarim attacks. You know, you burn down the Nexus health, and all of a sudden a 10 damage Overwhelm unit drops on turn 6, and that's frightening. That's really
Yeah.
scary.
That is not something you can handle really easily. A 10-6 that can come out like relatively quickly when you're playing against an aggro deck. It might just be the nail in the coffin that seals the game for Ari here.
Yeah, absolutely. In addition, kind of like some of these lower cost cards here that he's running, it's a really aggressive package. He's really teched in some really interesting choices. He's running one copy of Captain Farron as like a late game finisher to fill your hand with decimates. Just a really nice way to kind of just throw spells at the enemy nexus and wait for something to stick. With also a really aggressive small lineup, the addition of Doom Beast from the new Targon package. Doom Beast probably one of the best um, followers from the new package. It's a 3/2 that drains 2 health from the enemy nexus when you nightfall. So much value for 3 mana.
And what I actually really like in this deck is the harrowing. 2 copies of that. Just if you get the leveled up Darius, and yeah, the enemy nexus is at 10 or lower, the harrowing is a fantastic card to threaten a potential 1 turn wipe. Just being able to,
Absolutely.
yeah, for sure.
Any deck where you're running big, scary units, especially when it combined with Noxus, Harrowing is just a great way to refill that board. You know, take some poor trades moving up into turn 9, and then slap down the Harrowing, or even turn 6, I guess, on the offensive if you have your spell mana set up. Just slam down the Harrowing and push with a full board of fearsome and overwhelming units. There's not a lot you can do with that. Most decks don't really have a response to that.
And if your Hecarim somehow isn't leveled up by that point, he most definitely will be
Yeah,
after you play the harrowing.
absolutely. It's a quick and easy level up for Hecarim for sure. Really
And
kind of great synergies there.
2 copies is going to cement that even if he gets his board wiped 3 times, he's still gonna have one more really strong push
Yeah,
with harrowing.
yeah. The assault will definitely be relentless from this burn aggro list. It just looks like one of the players is having some technical difficulties here, just kind of getting set up. So we'll give them another minute to kind of get the stream going for them. Um, but yeah, in the meantime, I mean, these are going to be some really cool lists. We're seeing a lot of Shadow Isles, and I think that's actually really telling of kind of the way that this patch affected the meta. We haven't seen a Nocturne list yet. There are some on other areas of the tournament being played, but
I know you're a
a lot
fan
of
of
the
Nocturne lists.
I'm a big fan
Big
of the Nocturne
fanboy.
list. I love Nightfall. I think it's a great mechanic. But even coming out with this Targon patch, like Targon adding in those Nightfall units, like a lot of them are seeing a lot of play. And we're also seeing a lot of decks picking up things like Stalking Shadows, like Unspeakable Horror, because they're just such good value for 2 mana. Stalking Shadows, the ability to hunt for a follower and then gain a second copy in hand, is just an amazing way to just load your board with low cost units when you're pushing for that aggressive, going for an aggressive push.
And I believe this is a direct quote from you from just earlier in the day. When you were playing Nocturne, you said, "What a great flavor." So if that's your
He's a
thing,
tasty card. I don't know what to say.
delicious. Yeah,
It's
I agree. That's a delicious flavor. That card, it feels like a direct one-to-one port from him in League of Legends. So if you are a big fan of accurate, meticulous, sublime porting and flavor, you might want to look into the
There's
Nocturne.
nothing feels better than hitting level 6 on Nocturne in League of Legends and just alting down mid lane and just striking so much fear into the other person's and like into the mid laner's heart. It's just such a good feeling. And Runeterra did such a great job of capturing that essence with this Nocturne. Every time you play a unit, once Nocturne levels up, literally striking fear into the enemy's board, reducing their damage by 1 until all your board of fearsome attackers, all of a sudden they can't defend any of
And
your attackers.
I like he makes other things fearsome as well, because when you can't see in the dark, anything can become scary.
Yeah, that's right. Even your 1/1 Poros become pretty fearsome, and it's so fun to see, especially when comboed with the Diana for those nightfall mechanics, those nightfall memes. It's really really cool. Just slamming down a bunch of cards in one turn and just destroying a board with 1/1 units. Oh, I'm really looking forward to seeing some Nocturne being played later. But yeah, kind of to the point. Shadow Isle is really making a name for itself in this tournament. Just about every single player ran one or two Shadow Isles list because of how strong this faction is at this moment.
Yeah, like you were mentioning a little bit earlier, just having Nocturne rush you down, it's not something I've had the pleasure of doing myself, but I've had the honor of it happening to me several times.
And,
It's
and
unique.
what an honor it is indeed. Absolutely.
I don't know if I'd use the term honor, maybe punishment, torture, agony, but
I'd
uh,
say it's pretty fun to watch. I'll say that for sure. I
if it's
definitely
not happening
miss
to you.
I definitely miss the OG Rek'Sai having that Eternum Rek'Sai running down the map with an Eternum Nocturne alting right after her. Really kind of fun, just a way to zoom around the map. And then Runeterra zoom right for that Nexus with that Nocturne Fear.
You gotta take
Um,
some notes here. I'm realizing you are a sick individual, finding so much joy in the suffering of other people.
what can I say? I mean, I really like shadows. You don't design your whole persona around Zed if you're not a big fan of the shadow arts. So, definitely a big fan of Nocturne. Would love to see some Zed being played, although Zed's kind of fallen out of meta these last couple days. Or these last couple patches. You don't really see Ionia being picked up too often. Not really a staple aggro faction anymore. Usually, obviously, going for things like the Misfortune Quinn, like the Twisted Fate, like the Gangplank, these big Bilgewater threats. But I'm hoping that as time comes and as more patches come out and more changes and cards come out, that we'll get to see some of these kind of like old favorite factions making a name for themselves
Mhm.
and kind of like coming back into the spotlight.
You mentioned Gangplank a little bit, and just while we're waiting for these technical difficulties to subside, I gotta ask: pirates and ninjas, who you taking?
Oh,
And one-off
Ninja's 100%. I
There you
think
go.
you,
Thank you.
that was a stacked question. You're asking the
Thank
wrong person for that.
you. Okay,
There
man.
are a lot of pirate fans in this tournament, though. There are quite a number of Gangplank lists being
Pirates and
picked up
ninjas?
here. Gangplank has some really amazing synergies. Gangplank Sejuani being like a kind of a long-standing favorite since the release of the Bilgewater patch. Gangplank Sejuani, both of them having the same level up condition, just seemed like such a perfect, like a match made in heaven. Being able to combo with just a full board freeze, easy Nexus taps. It just makes it so hard to defend into that deck. Once they hit that level up, it's your board is just non-existent, and it's scary. It's really scary.
Yeah, an overwhelming force for sure. But just touching on the Pirates versus Ninjas thing again, I've spoken to some people, had some very passionate discussions about who would take the W there, and you'd be surprised. Some people really think in a hand to hand or fist to fist or blade to blade, whatever you want to call it, fight. Some people really think a pirate could take a ninja, which is just baffling to me.
Uh, it's uh, it's embarrassing, is
When
what
you
it is.
really,
Let's be honest. Let's
a,
be
pi-
honest. It's
a pirate
embarrassing.
a pirate is a barely put together, broken, drunken man with
Anybody that's played League of Legends knows that Zed versus Gangplank is just an upset for the pirate. It's just so depressing. There's no lockdown. You can't do anything. He's just 1 second he's over here, the next second he's over there. He's just blinking all over the place. I'm sorry, ninjas just win that. It's not even a question to me.
Well, Zed isn't just a ninja. He's like a shadow ninja with all these like terrible, terrible backstory, his tragic past. You can't really just call him a ninja. You gotta give him credit where credit's due.
All I'm saying is, this is what you presented to me, and this is how I'm responding. If it's pirates versus ninjas, it's ninjas all the way.
100%. Not that doesn't even have to be Shadow Ninja with a tragic backstory.
Definitely Twitch chat. Let us know what you think. Pirates versus ninjas. I'm going with ninjas. If you're going with ninjas, you're you're a favorite in my heart.
Just know if you
For
say
sure.
pirates, you will be banned from the chat. I'm joking, but
And it looks like we're actually going to go into our second match. It looks like there were some difficulties getting one of our players' screens set up here. It looks like we won't actually be able to see Coop's perspective for the time. But it looks like actually okay. So we actually have a new. We're just gonna get this set up here. And it looks like we were actually able to get both perspectives. Awesome. Okay, so we managed to fix that up. Big thank you to our production team for sorting out that detail, that technical difficulties. And we are going to start our second match here with Ari kind of taking the very strong, aggressive mulligan with the precious pet as the turn one drop. And we'll see that come out here. With Coop having nothing to respond with, this is just going to be a quick and easy 2 damage tap.
like we're talking about, you really just want to focus on that Nexus, get it as low as possible. So by the time your Darius is ready to go, he's ready to go, and gonna take this lesson to heart, getting as many units on the board as possible.
Yeah, Coop's got some very interesting responses here, though, with the Haunted Relic as a potential way to set up some blockers. Probably the strongest play that he has in hand right now, the Shark Chariot, being a staple card in any ephemeral list. Unfortunately, the Shark Chariot not able to block, and Coop actually opts to preserve that spell mana moving into the next play. Obviously, some great synergies there. With the 3-drop in hand to deal 1 damage to Nexus every time an ally dies. Actually, top decking into the Undying might opt for something like that, but the Phantom Prankster, as I was saying, comboing with the Haunted Relic is just an amazing way to just kind of threaten that board and push some damage down. But definitely Ari's going to be happy with that 5 damage poke on Nexus. No complaints there.
What do you think? What do you think Cub's options are here? How do you think he can set himself up to be in a good situation? Just looking at his hand.
Unfortunately, Cub's deck isn't very defensive. And in this situation here, like he's striking with 3 ephemeral units, and it's going to be a lot of damage on face for sure. But when it moves to the defensive turn, he's looking at taking 7 damage to face right now, and that's really scary against an aggro list with a Darius. You know, Darius is already in a position to be leveled up moving into turn 4.
For sure. Looking to set up a bit of a resistance here, though. Not gonna let it not gonna let it happen for free. Got to get through my cold, dead fingers.
Just an easy value trade there, though. The Haunted Relic does actually did represent 5 damage there. So he did actually manage to trade out the Nexus. And it might be that Koob is just kind of accepted the fact that, there's not really any response that he has to the aggro that this Darius list provides. And instead just might be trying to match that aggression with his own aggression. Unfortunately, his hand really is not doing him any favors. Neither one of his units can block. So he's looking at taking 9 damage here. Plus the additional 1-point tap or the 2-point tap from those 2 damage units and the Doom Beast as well.
Oh.
Is this lethal?
Oh,
He's
man.
actually going for the deny onto the Torment there, just protecting himself from that 2-point drain. But this is going to be a ton of damage going Koob's way. And unfortunately, he just doesn't have any way of dealing with this.
He's gonna try, though. He's gonna try. I respect that.
He's gonna prevent himself from taking a little damage, but yeah, he was like 1 point off of lethal there. If he hadn't gone for that deny on the Torment, it actually would have been game over. It's just crazy. Minty Princess Ari really just pulling up with the top decks there. Just an amazing curve and just truly showing the power of this Darius aggro list.
Yeah, if there's one thing I've learned in watching and playing this game, it's even when you think that a game is completely unwinnable, there are a lot of options. People have to turn things around. So things look really, really bad for Cub right now, but could always pull through with something special. Heart of the cards, pray for a top tier top deck. And
I'm not gonna lie, Betterson. I want to be on your side, but with his whole hand of units, just none of them being able to block, the Undying unable to block, the Shark Chariot unable to block. I don't know how he's gonna get himself out of this. He's gonna have to.
You gotta have faith, man. You gotta have faith. It's just seeing such a heartfelt defense coming from the units. Maybe Ari's units might lose morale and be like, we're on the wrong side, guys. We gotta join them instead, and they might just switch over.
It's possible. I'm not actually
It's in the
sure
code.
whether Koob's list here is running Withering Whale, and it doesn't look like it is. Just pulling the list up on the side here, it doesn't look like there's a Withering Whale in hand. So really not a lot, and it looks like Koob is kind of accepting that this is the end with the Shen bowing out. He's gonna play his cards. They're gonna trade some emotes back and forth, just some friendly Runeterra banter. Swing out with the Shark Chariot, and the Nexus will fall immediately afterwards. But wow, really fast game one here. Just amazing kind of push from Ari with the Noxian kind of follower setup, and he's actually going to drop the Darius. Oh my
Just
god,
for the
he's just
flavor.
putting on a show at this point. A 1 health Nexus.
Show us the muscles, Darius. We're all very proud of you.
My god. I mean, I don't even know if it's BM. It's just like this is kind of what Darius lives for, you know. He's got to be the biggest, baddest boy in the room, and
Flexing
even with
on
a
that.
1 health Nexus, he's got to show us that like he's got to strut his stuff. And there he comes out with a 10 damage overwhelm. Pop the Nexus. Game one goes to Ari in the best of 3 series.
Yeah, if there's one thing I've learned, it's if you're hoping for a long game, do not say you want a long game, because we had a conversation talking about how we can't wait to see some longer, drawn out, more control heavy games, and we got the fastest game yet, ending at 3 or 4 mana. Slipping my mind right now, but just absolutely overwhelming force
Well,
coming.
Betterson, that's why they tell you, you know, don't ever say your dreams out loud. Keep it to yourself. When you make a wish, you keep it private. You keep it to yourself.
Never meet your heroes.
Otherwise, it won't come true.
So we got the Karina control coming out.
Yeah, looking at game two, we're moving into seeing 2 different decks from both players. Obviously, this is a conquest form tournament, so the player that wins the first match has to win their second match with their second deck that goes through. Obviously, one of their decks being banned away. So Ari is going to be playing the discard aggro deck. So we are going to get to see the Draven Jinx, which I'm super excited for. But it looks like Koob might be responding with a different list here. Gonna get to see some Karina control into this discard aggro.
Oh yeah, here's the discard aggro coming through. I can't wait for a 2-mana game this time, maybe, huh? It could happen with the Jinx, Darius, anything, or Draven, anything's possible.
Absolutely. But of course, the Karina control does offer a lot of really good stalling tools. And a lot of those removal techs are like perfectly designed for that 3 health body on Jinx and Draven. So I mean, it may be Ari might be favored here with the aggression into this control list, but he's going to have to be really careful about his champion placement. You know, when he gets those champions out on the board, you don't want to put them out too early because then they're subject to removal. You don't want to put them out too late because then you just get out tempoed. So really kind of have to play his best here with these mulligans. See if he can find that Draven's biggest fan, and it actually is there right in his starting hand. Draven's biggest fan, that probably one of the best tutors in the game, in my opinion. The ability to pull a Draven into your hand, attack on turn 1 or defend on turn 1, and drop the Draven on turn 3. Just a really good way to guarantee that you're pushing for face right as soon as the game gets going.
Yeah, and it's going to be not exactly on curve, but just having your Draven ready as soon as you can want. Never something that you'd say no to. Going to be able to pull out the Draven guaranteed turn 3, or mana 3. Is definitely something that Ari is going to want to do.
Yeah, really strong mulligans from both players. Actually, the kind of just drawing perfectly on curve almost. We're going to see the Draven's biggest fan come out here as that 2-1 pressure, top decking into the Draven the following turn. So
I just want to point out the Karina control deck from Cub has 3 ruinations in it.
that's a lot of heavy responses for sure.
Yeah, if this game makes it past 3 mana, let alone getting to 9, that card's definitely going to become a really, really big factor, and he's going to be able to answer the aggro coming out from Ari's aggro deck several times.
Absolutely. Now, Koob making the wise call to ping out the Draven's biggest fan, and he actually chooses to leave the Spiderling, most likely looking to set up an Elise here and get that Elise leveled up as soon as possible.
gonna go for the attack. 17 to 20 on the Nexuses right now in favor of Ari. Yeah, you're right. The Elise is coming down now.
I think with his game plan here is really to try to get that Elise leveled up as quickly as possible so that he can have those challenger threats for when that Draven comes out on turn 3. It obviously won't level up on this turn, but attacking here, it's fearsome. There will be a spiraling trade more than likely, but it's just a quick 2 damage to face. Really no risks, no strings attached. Just a quick poke onto the Nexus. And actually opting to block with the 0-2 challenger here, just to kind of, just stop the damage to face. Interesting choice, definitely from Ari. Kind of giving this Elise a little bit more breathing room, but saving some face damage. Obviously, will pay off in the long run.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see how this kind of plays out.
At least offering a lot of utility against these aggro decks, being able to, herself being fearsome and make your Spiderlings fearsome is very useful.
Oh, absolutely. And pulling the second Elise gives him the crawling sensation. So there is actually the opportunity to trade one of the Spiderlings in and pump out 2 more with the crawling sensation and get the Elise level up. So it's quite likely that Elise does find the level up here. We are going to see more than likely to get excited here onto the Draven and kill it before it starts putting out any damage. And the Get Excited comes down. Ari has no responses in hand. He does have a number of kind of low drop cards here with the second Draven's biggest fan, really just gunning for that Draven win con. And here
Goodbye,
comes the
Draven.
Frenzied
Hello,
Skitterer.
Draven.
Yeah, I love you, Draven, and Draven will be coming back shortly. Actually going to go for the pull here on the Spiderling. Pumping out the vision with the whirling axe. This is a lot of damage. And it looks like he's changed his mind. He's gone for the frenzied skitterer instead. I think that's a wise choice there. Checking out the higher damage threat on the board. With Koob having no mana in hand, he's gonna just have to take this. And it's really gonna be up to Koob to decide whether he wants to make this trade. Probably looking for a value trade here with the Elise. But those Spiderlings, it kind of comes at a cost. Like, do I take this damage to face, or do I play to my win condition? Do I play to my level up?
Yeah, this is not like Koob does not want to give up any Nexus HP that he doesn't have to. Playing against the Jinx, she has a lot of Nexus reach, going to be able to do so much damage with her super mega death rockets eventually. So he needs to preserve as much HP as possible. Gonna commit to a lot of defenses here.
So it looks like there was actually a miscalculation, and I actually wasn't familiar with this mechanic as well. But when the Frenzied Skitterer comes down and reduces damage by -1, that 0-2 challenger actually becomes a -1. So when he played the Whirling Axe onto the +1 boost, it only bumped itself up to 1 damage, so it didn't actually kill the Skitterer. So the Elise actually ends up leveling up regardless.
Well, that's fantastic.
So Koob's pretty happy about that interaction. Now getting the Thresh online here with the challenging spiders. This is, even though he's down in health on Nexus, this is a really scary board for sure, pushing into Ari's defensive board. The Draven coming back out.
He's going to be able to easily farm some souls.
Yeah, absolutely. With those challenger units, he might just trade and go for the instant Thresh level up. It looks like that's what we're going to see here. This actually instantly levels up Thresh with 6 units dying.
And there's no response.
Yeah, a really, really wise call from Koob, kind of just knowing what his win con is, knowing that he wants to get that Thresh leveled up, knowing that he wants to get that top pull into something like a Callista and just go for throat. And it looks like he's actually going to go for the trade here onto the Draven as well. This is actually really scary. Ari might go for the get excited here.
Get excited. Oh. Deal 3 damage to anything.
Yeah, it was a misread from Koob. He had the level up on Thresh, and he gave it away with the get excited. We'll have to see how this plays out. Ari's kind of foreseeing ahead here, trying to take a look and get some intel from the eye mechanic. For those of you that aren't as familiar with Legends of Runeterra's mechanics, one of the really interesting mechanics in this game is the ability to kind of foresee how a play will turn out by scrolling over the blue eye on the left side of the screen. So Ari is kind of messing around and seeing into the future, and he decides not to go for the get excited play. So Koob really kind of just winning the mind game there and getting that Thresh leveled up almost immediately. Just a really, really, really smart kind of sequencing there.
Just looking at the board state and hand state again, just I'm gonna ask you this so many times throughout the night. Who do you think has the advantage, and what do you think the disadvantaged player has to do to get back into the game?
Well, on Koob's side, Koob's win condition is to go late game. He doesn't even need to kill the Nexus. He just needs the game to go late. And with a board state like this, where he's killed successfully 2 Dravens, he's got a Thresh and an Elise down, both leveled up. Like, this is pretty scary for Ari. Ari's going to really have to top deck. And it looks like he's kind of resolved himself to the fact that he just has to keep going for face. Throwing the Get Excited down on the face with the remaining spell mana there. Just trying to get as much damage down onto that Nexus as he can before it's too late.
Yeah, this deck relies a lot on the Jinx. She provides a lot of utility with the discard. As you can see, he's playing a lot of cards to remove cards from their hand. And with the Jinx, there'd be like a follow-up. There'd be bonuses and effects that would come with it. But again, he's just not drawing the cards he needs, and he's going to have to make do with what they got.
And that's the risk with the Jinx Draven deck, unfortunately, is that if you don't have your card draw utility in hand and you just keep dumping cards from your hand, hoping to find that Jinx, if she never shows, then you're kind of left like playing with scrap. Literally, scrap pile deck, throwing scrap down at these big scary spiders and demons. It's tough. It's a tricky situation, and it really requires a lot of forethought. And some pretty significant top decks too, which unfortunately Ari just isn't finding in this situation.
If only Ari had a Jinx's #1 fan.
That's exactly right. No fans for Jinx, unfortunately. Draven stealing all the glory.
I'm a Jinx fan. Any Jinx fans in chat? So big.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I love Jinx. I'm a huge fan of Jinx, but unfortunately, Runeterra just doesn't have a follower that kind of matches that level of aggression.
No fan base representation.
No, not for Jinx. Not these days.
I'm gonna end up passing here. Going for the attack now.
Looking for just the 1 damage elusive point. He's really just trying to put as much damage onto this Nexus as he can. But as this turn swings back closer to Ari, this is just looking really, really, really scary. But there's the Jinx.
And she's gonna level immediately.
Unfortunately, actually won't be able to level up right away because he won't have anything to discard with the spinning axe. But the next turn, so it looks like we're going to get the double challenge. He's just going to keep clearing out these units. Like we said, he has the ability to just push face with his fearsome units, but he doesn't need to. He can just drag the game out as long as he can. And there's the second Elise coming out. That's 8 damage Nexus on a control deck. He's out aggroing the aggro list.
Right, drawing the Jinx just a little bit too late. If that Jinx was like just a couple of turns earlier, this game would look really, really different.
Oh, absolutely. And there comes the Jinx now. Knowing, reading the situation, knowing that he doesn't need to worry about the Grasp of the Undying right here, might just go for the instant level up with whatever he pulls. And there's the third Draven's biggest fan. This is a really kind of questionable play from Ari here, because playing the Draven's biggest fan means he doesn't have anything to discard. So the Jinx is just going to die to the Grasp of the Undying, and there's nothing he can do about it. Just a misread, I guess. Not really taking into account the removal options that his opponent had. And this is looking like it just might be the game here for Koob.
Right, he's stuck up a creek without Jinx, just only a Draven to keep him company.
And even with the Draven in hand, there's nothing that Ari can do, and the Nexus will fall. Game, set, and 1-1 moving into round 3 here. Match game number 3 here. This is just crazy. This set is going back and forth, back and forth. We've seen a lot of 2-0s. So far for the rest of the match, but this is probably one of our first 1-1s. Really, really good games back and forth here.
I'd say that game was fairly close. Again, if that Jinx just came a little bit earlier, Ari would have had a lot of opportunities to make some different plays and keep himself in the game, but fortunately, it just was not in the cards for them.
Yeah. So now that they've won, we've seen a win on the Karina control. We've seen a win on the Noxus Shadow Isles aggro. So we are going to be seeing the Hecarim list being picked up from Koob into Ari's second deck here. Are we going to be switching back? It looks like to the discard aggro. Yeah, we're going to have to see him win on the discard aggro. So it's going to have to be Hecarim versus discard. Really kind of strange matchup, I would say, with a really high aggro list, like the discard aggro, into something like Koob's Hecarim deck. Hecarim, he's a very aggressive list, but it takes some time to get going. So it's kind of like a mid-range aggro. It's gonna be tricky, definitely, to kind of gain that tempo. But we've seen Koob like read the game really well, exceptionally well there on that last game. Really just knowing what he needed to do to get that thresh leveled up.
For sure.
And
Yeah, that was a really well played moment there. I still got goosebumps.
yeah, it was a crazy turn of events. We saw that Draven package coming out early, and we just thought, this was going to be an absolute stomp for the Draven deck, and the Karina control really showing us what it can do here in this matchup. Buying the time that it needed to get that second champion came out. When the Thresh pulled that Elise, there's 2/4/3 fearsome units attacking on like turn 6, I believe it was, or turn 7, and that's pretty scary when your discard aggro deck really isn't running anything over 3 damage. Like, not a whole lot you can do against all those fearsome attackers.
Right. This burn aggro deck, or sorry, the discard aggro. Like just looking at the deck list, I feel it's a very strong deck, and I don't think that the performance from the last game best represents its potential. I think again, the most of that he really came down to not having access to critical cards. I think that maybe this game, if they have a little bit of opportunity to get some more important cards, they will stand a much stronger chance of winning.
I completely agree that the discard aggro deck is very reliant on drawing into that jinx early. Although I will say there were a couple moments where Ari had the ability to kind of swing the game in his favor and just went just a misread on kind of the responses that Koob might have had in hand. Committing the Draven and committing the Draven's biggest fan there right into the grasp of the Undying was pretty game throwing, unfortunately. And it's just kind of like little things like this. As you play more, as you kind of assess the situation and know your matchups, knowing when to commit your cards, knowing what threats might be there to respond to them, and just understanding like really what it is that you need to do to level up. I think in that game, Koob really showed that he understood his champions just a little bit better. But hopefully we'll get to see Ari show us. Hopefully Ari will prove me wrong going into game 2, because I'd love to see this discard aggro deck really putting on the heat here into this mid-range Hecarim deck.
Just your preference. Who do you which deck would you prefer to take the W here?
Oh man, I mean, discard aggro was the first deck I ever played. When I first started playing, I obviously, I had to spam that Zed deck, and that starter deck was Zed and Jinx. The first 3 champion, a little bit, definitely, but the first deck I ever built was Jinx Draven. It's because the first 3 champions that I top decked were all Jinx. From my first 3 vaults, I got Jinx 3 times in a row, and that's when I knew, it's a sign. It's a sign from the heavens above. I've got to be a Jinx Draven player. So I net deck Swims Jinx Draven deck, and I just played as hard as I could and mastered that deck, and it took me pretty far. And I have to say, I was quite pleased with the performance on that deck.
Yeah, I feel you.
It looks like we're having some more technical difficulties here, so we're just getting broadcast team is working diligently to get the feed restarted.
Oh, so diligently.
So diligently, yes. But yeah, I mean, looking at these decks, I have to say, being a fan of the Shadows, Shadow Fiend in Koob's Ephemeral mid deck, I think it's such an awesome card. It doesn't see enough play. It's a 1-drop 4/3 with Ephemeral. Like 1-drop for 4/3 is just insane value. And even though it's an ephemeral body, in a deck that's really just kind of going for the throat, nothing wrong with being able to drop 4/3 on turn 1. Absolutely nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, this card really packs a punch. It might, like, even though you're saying it's ephemeral, it might just 1 turn's all you really need sometimes to just do 4 damage to either the Nexus or an opponent unit.
Yeah, it can be that finishing kind of staple that you need. Obviously running. Sorry, what was that?
I said that could get you a kill on a champion on an ephemeral unit, just for 1 mana.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's a great, even as a blocker, blocking it into something.
Sure.
Like looking at Ari's list, like blocking into something. Although both his champions actually do have quick attack in this matchup, the one advantage that Shadow Fiend really has is a great synergy card with Deathmark. It's a 1 mana unit, it's a 1 mana follower, with a 3 mana spell on Deathmark. You could have that as early as turn 2 or turn 3. Sorry, turn 3. You could have the Shadow Fiend combo into the Deathmark. That's a kill on Draven. That's a kill on Draven that results in having a 4/3 stay alive on board, and that's just so much value. in this ephemeral list. So really big
Yeah.
fan of that card.
And even with the Thresh, just a value Shadow Fiend play, that can get you a lot of souls for the Thresh. That's just a Requiem of souls with the Shadow Fiend. That could get you just an instant leveled up Thresh if you have if you play your cards right.
Absolutely. Yeah, Thresh has amazing synergy with the ephemeral decks. You often don't see him being picked up. You usually see the kind of original Hecarim combo was Hecarim Lucian. Lucian having a very similar level up condition to Thresh, needing to see allies die. And when those allies die, that Lucian with that double strike, really putting on that pressure much earlier on in the game. But when you're comboing with something like Ionia here, so for the Shadow Fiends, for the Sparring Students, for the Death Marks, you can really make a good argument for Thresh. Getting those ephemeral units down, getting that Thresh leveled up early, being able to pull that Hecarim right from your deck, like nothing wrong with seeing a Hecarim come out earlier than he's supposed to.
Hmm. I'm actually not quite sure what the interaction. I haven't played Thresh myself yet. If a unit dies due to the ephemeral effect, does that count towards his level up?
Anytime a unit dies on board, Thresh is happy to
Any
suck their soul away. Yep.
Wow, yeah,
No matter how it happens, Thresh
yeah,
loves those ephemeral souls.
yeah. Ephemerals, making a really good case for themselves in this deck. Um, yeah, it's a really good tech card. That Shadow Fiend can do a lot of work.
What we did see though, from the last time that Ku played this list, is that this deck really struggled on the defensive. He just got totally out tempoed by that Noxus deck because all of his units were unable to defend. That Shark Chariot, that Undying, both units that are unable to block. And into an aggro list like discard aggro like Draven Jinx, that might actually be his downfall in this matchup.
Mm-hmm. You're gonna have to really carefully evaluate the resources here and play their cards right in order to stay in this one.
I do really like the synergies though with this deck. Obviously, the Phantom Prankster having just amazing synergy with cards like the Haunted Relic, with cards like Shadow Fiend, just like slowly poking away at the deck. So it's honestly just going to be a fight to the death here. Just really trying to slam down the Nexus as quickly as they can. Both players really just going for their throat. Not really interested in trading, just trying to put as much damage onto the enemy base as they can before time runs out. It looks like we're still having a couple issues getting the stream set up. So thank you so much for sticking with us. While we're all here, we'd like to again offer a quick thank you shout out to our sponsors for supporting this event. Our prize winners, our first, second, and third place winners, will be receiving $50 in RP, $20 in RP, and $10 in RP respectively. Just really awesome rewards being given out from our sponsors. So big thank you to EGD Collective and All Mid for supporting this event. Also, players are going to be getting some nifty little trinkets from All Mid, like really kind of cool like assets or peripherals for their computers. It's like a mouse bungee. I'm not
Oh,
familiar
that's
with the product
awesome.
myself, but it's like you get to keep your mouse cord kind of out of your way as you're playing, as you're moving, so it doesn't get caught up entangled in your things. Obviously, very good for the avid pro gamer
You
to have access to these resources while they're playing. Don't. I always hate when I'm playing games like League or Dota and my mouse gets caught on everything. So I'd love to have a bungee cord myself to keep my mouse out of my way. So really sweet for Almond to be providing that to the winners.
Yeah, as you said that, I accidentally like yanked the mouse cable that is dangling beneath my feet. It is. I would love to get my hands on one of those cables.
Yeah, the
Kind of wish
vacuum
I
mouse
entered this.
bungee. It's called the Cougar Bunker. It's a vacuum mouse bungee. Super awesome prize and reward for our first, second, and third place winners. So
I'll
yeah, I'm really excited to see how that the way that motivates our players to kind of play their best and bring their best decks and bring their best game um, for these prizes here.
Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. I have no doubt in my mind that it's beyond high quality and reasonably priced product. I'll keep a look at it, and I encourage everybody watching to do the same.
Absolutely. Should only be another minute here to get the setup. It might actually be a forfeit here. We're kind of waiting to hear back from the production team, but there might actually be a forfeit on the side of Ari if he can't get his system set up in time.
I'd hate
Um,
to see that.
Quite unfortunate. Obviously, we need to keep things moving. So it happens, and it sucks, and we hate to see it. But unfortunately, time is of the essence with things like this,
The show
and
must
we
go
may
on.
just have to move to another round here. We're gonna take a quick little break, give the players a second to get themselves sorted, and we'll be back as soon as we have more information from our production team. So stay tuned, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
See you then.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for being patient with us as we get these technical difficulties sorted out.
Very
Been a,
technical
cou-
difficulties.
yeah, a couple little things here and there, just trying to get the players' perspectives up on screen for you guys to enjoy. But we are about to enter into round 3. We're going to be watching Dango versus Zingbet. We've already seen Dango in round 1. He had his massive stomp with his 2-0 push with his aggro decks. We remember his scout aggro deck from the first round. It was very oppressive with the Lucian over the Misfortune. I was mistaken. I had thought it was a Quinn. It's a Lucian, actually choosing to go for the Lucian instead. The Lucian's a really interesting choice with the Misfortune. It's a rally, which works really, really well, like with this the Lucian spell, being able to rally with Relentless Pursuit. So it makes a lot of sense, but not usually what you see in this list.
Yeah, these aggro decks are definitely showing to be the best choice for success. Pretty much every win we've had so far has been a aggro deck, if I'm not mistaken.
We had the Karina Varaza control.
Karina, right. But that
Clutch
ended
out.
up playing like an aggro deck a little bit with the huge swings.
Yeah, and it was it did end up playing itself kind of like an aggro deck, but we do actually have a couple of control lists here, and there are going to be some late game lists as well. Dango having again his support aggro deck, and the scout aggro deck, but the Zingbet coming in with the standard deep late game control deck, really being able to kind of just like drag the game out really really late and go for that deep win condition.
Okay, so I feel like this is a unstoppable force meets an unmovable wall. It's like you have the deep, very hard, long term control deck versus really hard aggro. Who do you think might have the advantage over here in this?
I honestly into the aggro versus the deep. It really kind of depends on the top deck. You know, how quickly can
Right.
Zingbet play into his win condition? You know, can he start with that like triple mulligan on the Dreg Dredgers into Thorny Toad? Like start like get those strong defensive toss units down, because the quicker he hits deep, the quicker the game just kind of crumbles and falls for the aggro deck. You know, there's not really a whole lot that Misfortune Lucian can do against a 7/7 4-drop. You know, like it's just really really scary units. Actually, Zingbet's choosing not to run the 4-drop here, actually just opting instead for the Abyssal Eye, Devourer, and the Shipwreck Hoarder. Usually one of the kind of like least favorite options in this deck, the Shipwreck Hoarder, but interesting choice here for sure. In this deep deck.
The ability to draw a card should never be overlooked. We've seen countless scenarios where if someone had just drawn a card like a turn earlier, they would have had a lot more success. So maybe they're looking at it the same way. You know, they just want to be able to draw more cards as fast as they can, and it's a sea monster. So
Yeah, absolutely. There are a number of other interesting decks here. We've already seen both of Dango's lists in the previous rounds, but we actually haven't gotten the chance to see Zingbet's Nightfall aggro. And as I've been mentioning since the stream started, I am so excited to see this Diana Nocturne combo. It's really, 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 really exciting. Easily two of my favorite champions from this new expansion, this Targon expansion. So much pressure on the board with those low drop champions and those low drop units, those Nightfall units, just like crazy amounts of burst when you get them comboed up with the Nocturne win condition.
man, if you're so in love with this Nocturne Diana, why don't you just marry it?
Honestly, I might. I'm definitely going to be playing it. That's for sure. I've already spent all my gems and crafted 3 copies of Diana, and I'm 1 copy away from Nocturne, and I'm going to be playing this deck every single minute of every single day once I get it finished. So I'm really, really excited to see what Zingbet does with this deck.
I sincerely hope they nerf it into the ground just to spite you. Like they see
rude.
in the patch notes.
Hey,
in the patch notes, noted Zeddy started to play this deck. Gone.
That's rude. I mean, I think Betterson's a little upset. We played a game before the stream and didn't go very well for him, so I think he's a little upset by how that went.
You love bringing this up, all right? You love bringing this up, but you cheesed me.
I'm just saying.
You cheesed me.
I'm just saying. A dub's a dub.
I
And
played a respectable, honorable deck, and this guy's throwing cheese at his monitor, hoping it sticks.
a dub is a dub, and hopefully we'll get to see some very nice dubs with some of these unique lists that we're seeing being picked up by these players here. I mean, I'm not supposed to pick favorites, but I would be quite happy to see Nightfall Aggro perform well in this tournament for sure.
Dub, dub, dub. More like glub, glub, glub. We're talking about these deep decks going deep into the water. I feel
I
ashamed of
like how you
myself.
pulled that. That was some really good alliteration.
You
You're
know,
very quick with it.
I didn't go to elementary school for nothing.
That's none of we rarely do. I would like to take a moment to mention that our intercollegiate game network links are posted below the stream. If you are not currently following us on Twitter or Facebook or have joined our Discord server, please make sure you do. We host lots of events, panels, um, mentorship programs within the server, and then fun tournaments and streams like this. So if you like this kind of stuff and you want to be a participant in some of our next events as they come up or get notified about these events as they're coming up, make sure you click the links down below and get yourself hooked up with those notifications so you know when we're doing things.
Yeah, Zeddy is absolutely right. There really is no reason not to. It's free. Take a chance, have some fun, support your local scene, support the college and collegiate gaming scene. It always needs more love. So feel free to drop on by. We'd love to have more people.
Absolutely. And it looks like we're about to get ready for this third round game here. I'm really excited to see what they pick up into them. Betterson, based on what you've been seeing, what do you think players are going to take first? What kind of matchups would be favorable for Dango and Zingbat?
Well, like we were talking about before, aggro seems to be performing really well. Simple game strategy. You want to go in, you know what you want to do. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the aggro deck from Dango coming out first, the scout aggro. And just looking to clutch out an easy win over the opponent's deck, And the deep one, I'm not sure when they're gonna want to play it, but I can't wait to see it for sure. That is probably one of my favorite archetypes I've seen so far.
Yeah, for sure. I think definitely if I'm Zingbet and I have the option to kind of choose my matchups here, I think definitely I'd like to be able to play something like the deep deck and try to slow the tempo on this scout aggro deck a little bit. It's obviously very scary going ramp into aggro, but with the amount of kind of like low cost pack followers that Zingbet's running, he has enough of a defensive package that he can kind of withstand some of this early aggression. Whereas something like the Diana Nocturne, it's very aggressive, but I'm pretty confident that would get out tempoed by the Misfortune. It may even come down to, just kind of accepting the fact that the Scout deck is going to outpace my decks,
Mhm.
take the L and then just kind of beat out the support deck with your aggro and ramp deck. It really kind of depends on how they pilot these decks. So obviously we'll see what the players choose. But it looks like we are actually going to see game one, Nightfall aggro versus Scout
Ooh,
aggro.
I bet you're happy
Two
about it.
aggro lists, and yeah, Nocturne Diana. I'm super pumped to see how this plays out.
Let's see what they got in their hands.
Really strong starts from both players here. We've got the Kithria and the Misfortune coming out on Dango's side. With the Diana, two
Two.
Dianas
Wow.
on Zingbet's side. So lots of pressure here in this starting hand. Top decking into the Fleet Feather Tracker. I wonder what the start's going to be here. The Kithria is a really strong body, but into a deck like Nightfall Aggro, which typically doesn't like playing units on turn one because you can't proc the Nightfall passive, especially when they're defending, the Fleet Feather is probably the stronger choice, and that's actually what we see here from Dango, getting that unit set up so that he can turn it into a challenger unit right away. And really threaten some of these champions that Zingbet might like to put out. It's kind of hard to play a Diana on turn two with a 2-1 challenger unit threatening your board.
Mhm.
Um, and it looks like we actually see the Solari Soldier come out as a response. Ideally he would like to play the Diana, but it's just too risky with this board state.
A
So
solid
going for
3/3
the
though.
Solari Soldier.
How do you see each player here trying to reach their win conditions? What do you think? How do you think this might play out?
I think really for Zingbet, his goal is just going to try to be to not get outpaced. Like Misfortune definitely has the upper hand here with every time you attack, dealing one damage to the board, dealing one damage to the Nexus. Misfortune definitely has the upper hand here in this situation. But Zingbet being able to kind of like control out the board, to clear out the Fleet Feather Tracker there with the Unspeakable Horror was a really smart call, just making sure that he's able to play whatever unit he wants to play here. Unfortunately, it does disrupt his mana flow here a little bit, because playing the Crescent Guardian now, it only comes out as a 3/3 as opposed to a 5/3, because he's not able to proc the Nightfall. And that's kind of the trade-off with Nightfall decks, is you have to be, very kind of conservative with how you approach this. Dango just choosing to attack with his 2/2 units and get the Misfortune passive going off. It looks like it's going to be Zingbet's considering making a full trade here, just a full board clear. This might actually be a decent play for him, just kind of buying time for the Nocturne. Obviously, losing that Crescent Guardian does feel bad, but buying time for the Nocturne to level up.
I was just going to comment, even though he didn't get the bonus attack on the Crescent Guardian, he really was probably just satisfied getting the block, as you were talking about how strong Misfortune's damage output can be. He wants to preserve as much Nexus HP as possible, and the next turn or upcoming turns just be able to set up his own win condition and play on his own terms. Just being able to address his opponent is very important to him in this game.
Absolutely, and we can even see that Dango has the Kithria in hand, right? That turn 6 pressure. So being able to buy time and make sure that Nexus health doesn't drop too low before turn 6 when that Kithria comes out, it's going to be really, really, really important in order for Zingbet to drag this out long enough for him to get his win con out.
For sure. Coming up for the attack. Let's see if there's anything that Dango's going to want to do to respond. Nothing. Actually.
So I actually like that play, and I like that play for a number of reasons. The main thing that I really like about seeing that Shadestalker coming out there is that even though he doesn't get the elusive, he has the Pale Cascade in hand to threaten with the 2/1 buff if he decides to go for if Dango was to go for a value block there. And worst case scenario, he gets the attack off with the Nightfall unit, which quests for his Nocturne. So maybe not like an ideal play because you're losing value on your Nightfall, but you are getting, a high value trade there. The Misfortune with the barrier here is going to be a very scary threat. Zingbet sitting on 2 Dianas in hand might actually be happy just trading away one of these Dianas just to kind of hold on to the board a little longer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was gonna ask, just from Dango's perspective. I almost said Dingbat. That would have been rude. from Dango's perspective, seeing that Diana come down, what do you think that tells them? Like, how do you think they feel about that, and how do you think what information they might be gathering from it? Like, how do you think they see it? Is that a good thing for them? A bad thing? Like a foreshadowing?
We know Dango from previous games has a very good ability to read the board, and it's likely that he knows that this second Diana is in hand. But I don't think he cares necessarily because right now his goal is just to do damage to face. It's not really about controlling these units. His deck isn't packing a whole lot of removal. It's basically just make it rain and a couple barriers. So for the most part, I think he's just happy to ignore the second Diana in hand. The Diana obviously not being able to become a challenger or get that +2/0 until it's leveled up. So he may be able to proc the Nightfall here, but he won't necessarily be able to kill off the Misfortune right away. We do, however, see an Obliterate in hand for Zingbet, that Celestial card coming out from the Lunari Priestess, the ability to just delete a unit off the board, and we may actually see that coming down onto the Misfortune right now.
Second is Lucky Stars for that one.
Absolutely.
Another zinger by Better Say.
That was a good zinger. It took me a second to process that, but you really caught me off guard with that one.
I caught myself halfway through that one, and I smiled ear to ear.
It really shows that you went to elementary school. Absolutely.
I got 5 gold stars.
Yeah, so we see the Obliterate come down onto the Misfortune. Dango does actually have the second copy in hand. So he's going to be okay with that, sitting on the Misfortune, sitting on the Lucian, baiting out a big removal spell like that. And Zingbet actually kind of disrupting his own offensive streak here. He's got the attack token, and he's not really able to do anything with it anymore now that his units are dead. He will, however, be able to proc the Nightfall on his Diana. And we might actually see a challenge come out onto the Senna. I mean, obviously, us as the observers and viewers, we know that Dango doesn't have a response in hand. And I think Zingbet's comfortable making that read and going for that trade with the Diana. So this is going to be an easy pull onto the Lucian. This is actually a really scary position for Zingbat here, because this is going to give the Senna the +1 boost and the double strike, killing off the Lucian. So he clears out a champion, which is good, but there's always that nasty trade-off, you know. Just killed Senna's husband right in front of her eyes, and she's not going to be happy about that.
Feels
She's definitely
bad.
going to fight back with the crazy
Doubling
force
her
and strength.
attack. Yeah.
That's 10 damage on that Senna now. Looking like 12 when that Kithria comes out as well on the attack buff.
When do you feel like the perfect moment to drop the Nocturne will be? Because he's been holding on to it for quite a while now. I'm wondering when we might see it dropped.
Typically, players like to drop the Nocturne on the attack token because it does make the enemy unit vulnerable and reduce their damage for 1 round, and that's most useful when you're attacking. Unfortunately, Zingbat might not be able to find that opportune moment anymore with such a kind of scary board looking here. I wonder if he actually goes for the trade on the Misfortune here with the Diana. Bumping it up with the Pale Cascade is definitely a risky play, having used both his previous Diana already. But we'll see what kind of choice he makes here as he's assigning his blockers. Definitely, if there's a way to sequence killing the Misfortune, it's going to be awkward for sure. But it looks like he decides against it, actually looking like he's about to go down to 5 health. You know, using the eyeball to kind of foresee what's going to happen to his board.
Thinking on it. No, he goes.
And it looks like he's making the judgment call to buff the Diana, proc the Nightfall. Is that enough health to keep it alive? I think it picks it at 5. I think that makes it a 5/4 actually. Yeah. So the Diana will still die here on this trade, but it does trade out into the Misfortune, and he has the Diana leveled up. So if he does manage to find his 3rd copy, he will have a leveled up Diana with the ability to challenge any unit on the other side of the board whenever he Nightfalls.
Yeah. So looking at the board, I can say Zingbat definitely having the advantage right now. Actually, not necessarily. He has more cards than his opponent, but this really strong threat coming out from Dango, he might not be able to answer it effectively.
I think Dango has definitely control over the board, but Zingbat definitely has some interesting kind of responses up his sleeve. He actually has the ability here to use Fading Memories onto the Kithria and steal the Kithria away for his own purpose, his own kind of malicious plans. We might even just see the Nocturne coming out here for the vulnerability, using the Dusk Petal Dust to proc off that Nightfall, and just try to challenge out that Senna and clear that off the board while he still can. Yeah, there's a number of options definitely available. I would really like to see a Fading Memories onto the Kithria, though. I think that would put a lot of pressure onto the board, and I think that would give Zingbat a lot of kind of a big swing back into this match, having a Kithria of his own to make his units +1/1 while they're fearsome, while they're attacking into a significantly decreased board. With the Nocturne passive, might actually be what it takes to pull it back in. And he actually opts for the Senna pull here. Interesting choice, going for the quick attacking unit.
A solid pull there.
I think the logic behind the Senna pull is that the Senna allows him to still play Nocturne in the same turn. I think that's actually and if you can actually see here, that's actually the way he's approaching this. He wants to clear that double striking Senna, so he takes the Senna and then he makes it vulnerable, so he can trade out with the quick attacking, with one of his quick attacking Senna here on the offensive.
The worst nightmare. She has to fight herself.
And as they say, your worst enemy is always yourself. You know, no one gets more in your way than you do. And Senna kills Senna in a brutal 1v1 duel right down the mid lane. Easy clear for Zingbat to reestablish some board control here.
You know what they also say? Nocturne is very powerful and very cool card.
They also say that. I say that. I say that a lot.
Are you they now? Interesting.
I'm just happy to see Nocturne getting played, and I'm happy to see him being used kind of to his full extent there, being able to take advantage of that vulnerability on the offensive and set up for that really smart and crafty play from Zingbat to clear out that 5/3 Senna.
Now we get to see the Guardian playing at its full strength.
Yeah, so we're seeing full value out of our Nightfall units here. Cygnus is definitely going to be kind of tricky to sequence here, though. You know, with Dango playing so aggressively, getting this 6-point elusive unit and this elusive kind of tutor out to teach another unit how to be elusive, how to be a sneaky boy, it might not be very easy when your Nexus is just getting slammed repeatedly. So he's really going to have to figure out the best way, hopefully a nice little top deck, maybe into something like a Stalking Shadows to pull another follower out of his deck to give him what he needs to get that Cygnus set up to do some damage.
Yeah, a really solid burst of aggression coming out. Just going to keep threatening the Nexus while it's still low, and they have the board state advantage.
So a second Nocturne coming in. The second Nocturne turns into an unspeakable horror when it's pulled into hand. So if you're new to the game or if you're just watching Runeterra for the first time, when you have a champion on the board, if you pull a second copy into your hand, it turns into that champion spell. So Nocturne becomes Nocturne's unspeakable horror, which will once he uses it, it plays just like the regular unspeakable horror, but it will additionally shuffle in a copy of Nocturne back into the deck so you don't lose value on that champion draw. And maybe that extra utility from the Unspeakable Horror will be what Zingbet needs to kind of find that Nightfall unit that he's looking for. Maybe find something like a Doom Beast to give him a little bit more health on his board, bring a little health back to his Nexus.
Right, and the Drain's going to be able to reach its full extent of usefulness here. Going to be able to heal a little bit of the really, really hurt Nexus. So Unspeakable Horror is going to, help him out a little bit here.
Absolutely, and we might actually just see him play the Drain directly onto the Nexus. Looks like he's going to drain the Lucian, maybe hoping for a top deck to pull into a second one, just to kind of get that second Nightfall unit. Maybe he'll get a lucky high roll. It could be a Lunari Priestess as well. Maybe he's hunting for another Obliterate. We'll just have to kind of see how this drops. And it actually pulls a second Cygnus. On a great card, but maybe not what he wants to see here when he's sitting on 4 mana, with lethal threatening the board. He can't play this unit down. It's going to be a very scary situation for him. Definitely probably going to want to hold off on the attacking here and just do what he can to fight back against this Kithria when it swings. This Kithria representing a massive threat to the board at every stage in the game.
Here comes the attack. What is our boy Zingbet gonna do to this?
So Dango really putting on the aggression here. Unfortunately for Dango, he's really not drawing the cards that he needs, and he's kind of found himself in this awkward situation where, he's putting out as much damage as possible, but he's kind of run out of resources. Like if Zingbet survives this kind of like last push, he might be able to turn it around with that leveled up Nocturne, with that third Diana. Now we found all 3 of our Dianas so quickly before even turn 10. Zingbet top decking like a god, really showing us how talented he is of a card player. Finding that third Diana, this might be what he needs to swing this game back in his favor.
Here comes a really, really threatening attack here. Let's see how he responds. Yeah, interesting.
And it is important to mention here that as he's assigning blockers, Zingbet isn't aware of the Ranger's Resolve sitting in Dango's hand. That Ranger's Resolve is going to represent an additional +1 health, basically, for all defensive units. It's creating a tough. So this Kithria is not even going to die to this Nocturne once that Ranger's Resolve comes down.
Yeah, that Lucian's gonna get a really solid attack in on the Nexus. Wish I could see the Nexus health being blocked by the emotes very kindly from Zingbet.
There's some very nice emotes from Zingbet. Haven't seen too many of them being spammed yet, but that may change after this Ranger's Resolve comes down and just absolutely demolishes that defensive block.
Yeah, I'm not losing a single unit.
A game once set in Zingbet's favor, potentially having the ability to swing it around. He's completely pushed back. Now really on the defensive here again. Probably going to have to hunt with this Priestess here.
If this is going to be the clutch of the century.
And unfortunately doesn't find what he needs. The only card he can play in his hand here, he can play the Charger or the Written in Stars. Neither one of them is really going to find him what he needs. The Written in Stars, unfortunately, just comes out too little too late. It'll pull him a Nocturne, but just won't be enough. And instead he chooses for the Charger to have that third blocker. I really like that choice. I mean, I would love to go for the Written in Stars, obviously, pull that third Nocturne or that second Nocturne, but you're never going to find an opportunity for that. And Zingbet actually putting some pressure down on the board with this overwhelming attacker. It trades out for a unit. It's the same as if you defended with it, but at least it puts some Nexus damage down. So making the good read with no cards in hand to just go for that trade. But it looks like Zingbet's really going to need to top deck, and unfortunately he just doesn't find what he needs. And Shen bows in defeat as Dango takes the first game of the set.
Well played by both players. just proving that every attack is valuable there. Lucian getting out that sneaky attack on the Nexus made it almost impossible for Zingbat to come back from that initial aggression and attack.
Absolutely, and this is kind of what we foresaw with this matchup in the first place. Is both decks really trying to just do as much damage to the other person's Nexus as possible, as quickly as possible, and just Misfortune just having that aggression, that Kithria the Bold. Once a feeble 2/2, one power 2/2, turning into a 6/6 that gives all allies +1 and fearsome. It's just such a scary threat, and we saw time and time again how much value that Kithria provided to this deck. Obviously, a very good finishing card for the Misfortune win con.
He made the most of the Misfortune while he had her, and that really set him ahead in that matchup.
For sure.
Next game coming already, though.
Moving right into game 2, post haste, we're seeing again the Nocturne deck. Can't complain when we see our Nocturne come out. Very solid mulligan just on curve. Finding all those Nightfall units, it's going to be very easy for him to level up. But Dango responding in kind with a super strong mulligan, finding Lulu into Shen. He's going to have an amazing curve going from 2 to 3 to 4 with that War Chefs into Lulu into Shen. Kind of the perfect curve that you want with this deck. Really, the only thing he's missing is his 1-drops. And as we speak, there comes the Fleet Feather Tracker, threatening that Challenger body to threaten something like a Diana early on in the game. Just a scary card.
Yeah, he's not going to get the amazing Flower Child plays like he did in the other matchup we watched previously.
Well, as if on cue, there's the top deck into the Flower Child. So we'll probably see the Lulu come out, or the Lauren Protege, just something to kind of keep playing on curve, take most advantage of his mana here. But he has really, really good support utility here. Yeah, like these 1-drops, honestly, like with this deck, like the power of Lulu to just turn a 1-drop into such a threatening card, like that Fleet Feather Tracker becomes a 1-drop that's a 4/4 challenger when combined with Lulu. That's very scary. 4/4 challenger. It presents a large removal threat on the board. And it looks like Dango's just kind of deciding whether he wants to play the Lulu now or just get one of those 1-drops set up for the following turn. Lulu, obviously, as a support, not being able to support on defense, only on offense. There is value in kind of preserving it for the next turn, maybe playing the Fleet Feather now and just holding on to his mana. Looks like Betterson's having some technical difficulties with his mic. Hopefully we'll get those sorted out.
Can you hear me now?
Quickly enough. Oh, and he's back. Perfect. Just on cue.
It almost fell off my desk.
Never late to the party. Can't leave me alone for 1 second. Can't take his eyes off me. But we're back. And yeah, I mean, just kind of like what we predicted there. The 1-drop coming out, holding on to that spell mana. He actually opted to play both the Flower Child and the Fleet Feather Tracker there. Give himself a nice curve here. Kind of curious to see whether he goes for the Shen or the Lulu. With no challenger left on board, the Shen looks like a better option here, though, with that barrier, being able to provide that barrier onto the Flower Child, turning that into a 3/2 barrier unit. Very scary offensive pressure. And there's exactly the perfect sequencing, supporting the Shen and supporting the Flower Child. This is like almost an instant level up for Lulu. I think she's just 1 off.
Yeah, it always feels good to play on curve, so that's going to be another bonus effect, just feels good. So the Shen is going to get dropped, and he's going to support the Flower Child to get the bonus effect.
Choosing to value the War Chefs more than the Flower Child. It looks like he's kind of making this decision about that. It looks like he might change his mind again. Yeah, so he goes back to his original thought process there. I think this is probably the optimal way to sequence this, keeping that Shen out of Death's range from the 5/3 Nightfall pressure there, and getting that Flower Child buffed up, the 3/2 with the barrier now. That's a lot of pressure on face.
Interesting to see how Dango's going to continue to go about this game in the face of the Nocturne Diana team. How do you feel the matchup is stacked in each player's favor?
I'm going to be honest. I honestly felt like the Nocturne Diana was favored in this matchup just because of how much pressure they can put kind of before these support units come online. But then as I'm thinking that Dango top decks like a champion, pulling both Lulu and Shen in his starting hand, it's kind of hard to get out-tempoed when you've literally perfect draw. on the first round. Finding both your champions, your core cards in your starting hand, especially since they're such low cost cards, really easy to get them out and online quicker than other cards. So yeah, it's definitely going to be a close game for sure. Currently though, this Diana Nocturne list really putting a lot of pressure onto the enemy Nexus, sitting on 5 health.
I was
going
going to say,
into turn
my
6.
eyes deceive me. Is that a 5 health Nexus on a 3 mana turn? Excuse me?
It's a 5 health Nexus, but we've now got the Lulu out, and it's going to level up on this attack with the Shen. The way that attack sequencing works in Runeterra, of course, once you've declared your attackers, that's kind of processed towards your champion's level up condition, even if the strike hasn't fully finished. So as soon as he declares that attack with the Shen and the Lulu, that Lulu is going to level up. And that's going to be really, really, really big for Dango in his deck here.
For sure, being able to generate 5 units, or that would originally be really small, is invaluable, especially against an aggro or pressuring deck like you were talking about before. Just being able to always continually put up a strong defense is going to be really valuable.
And I really like this play from Dango here, playing out the Genevieve like that. Although normally he'd like to take advantage of the board state, knowing that Zingbet just invoked and he might have something like an Obliterate in hand. Playing the Genevieve, actually forcing the Obliterate out onto the Genevieve, means that there's no response left for the Shen or the Lulu. And here comes the Lulu, level up. Pix swooping into safety.
Let's go, Pix. Oh, I like that flower effect. Very spooky.
And that's a 7/5 Flower Child now being supported by this Lulu. Just a ridiculously strong unit on board. And if I'm Zingbet, I think I'm comfortable taking this 4 damage face. But that 7/5 is just looking a little too scary for me.
1 mana card, by the way.
Yeah, yeah, and that's really the strength that Lulu provides to a deck. Being able to buff a unit up by 5, plus the 2/0 from the Flower Child passive, it's just a massive change to a 1 power unit.
Can end the board with each player having 2 units, but I definitely give the advantage just in board state alone to Dango. The Lulu and the Flower Child are going to be able to do so much work.
You do have to consider, though, that the support is only valuable when he's attacking. So on the defensive, his board is actually quite weak. And with this Diana leveled up, as soon as he procs Nightfall, that's a dead Lulu, right?
Yeah, didn't account for that. And he is at 5 Nexus health, so can't really afford to skip any defenses here.
We do have the picks in hand, though, for the Lulu. So as soon as he Nightfalls and that Diana gets Challenger, it's likely that we're going to see the picks come out to protect the Lulu. We'll have to see if Dango does that now. If he doesn't, the picks can't be used in combat, so it has to be kind of played immediately. Instead, actually going for the Protege. So if I'm Zingbet, I'm thinking, now's my chance to strike. I have to attack now before it's too late. And that's exactly what we see here, is that attack onto the Lulu before the barrier can come out. A new mechanic with the Targon release is that certain cards, even if their burst spells, can't be used in response in combat, to kind of just balance out their strength. So no barrier coming out on this Lulu, and Lulu will fall, actually removing a significant kind of amount of pressure on this Flower Child here. And we're seeing the Doom Beast with the Terrorize pushing down the Nexus to 1 health.
This is quite the terrifying army.
Absolutely. This Nightfall package is really showing what it can do when it kind of gets rolling. So much damage, so much pressure.
Man, like we were talking about before, that Mouse Bungee would really love to have one of those right now, because right now this cat is batting at everything, but keep that out of mind, because right now the opponent just surrendered, and that's
actually the first win for Zingbet here in our series. It's a 1-1 series now.
Nice.
Dango dropping his first loss on stream. We saw him 2-0 in the first round, and we saw that big crazy win with the Misfortune deck last game. Zingbet really showing that he can fight for it. He's willing to kind of put up and fight against these scary aggro decks that we're seeing from Dango.
Yeah, Dango's got competition now. It's not going to be free tournament. He's gonna have to put some work into it now. And the 1-1 of the series, gonna look to see what decks we're gonna be coming out. Looking for the Deep coming out on Deep coming out. Didn't see the other one.
We got the Deep versus the Shen Lulu again, right? Because it's a Conquest form. In Conquest, as we were saying earlier, you have to win with all your decks. And since it's a 3-deck submission with 1 deck being banned, both players have to use their final decks here. So this is kind of how we're going to see. We're going to get to see the Deep deck versus the support list now, just because of the way that they sequence their decks. Actually getting to see the Young Witch being pulled from Dango. I really like this card. I think it's a super strong 2-drop. Any support with Elusive just increases the value of its support so much, because it's a support that basically doesn't get killed, or not as easily as other units.
Oh wow, yeah, buffing the quick attack and giving some bonus damage gonna be invaluable. And again, with the synergies of the other support units in the deck, gonna be and the elusive tag. This card is stacked actually.
Yeah, Young Witch is probably one of the stronger support units from the new expansion. If you're a fan of the support archetype, definitely get your hands on this card. That +1/1 with the elusive just makes it such a scary board threat. And Zingbet coming out with the Jaw Hunters, very smart of him to wait for Dango to play a unit down before committing the challenger, and that's just an easy trade for him into the Lauren Protege. But actually, the Rangers Resolve coming out as a response, so committing the Rangers Resolve just to maintain that board pressure. Really smart play from Dango here, because it gives him full control of the board now. He doesn't even have to play a unit. He can just attack here, but actually choosing to go for the Bright Steel Protector. This play, really, really, really smart, because with your challenger with barrier and the enemy having nothing on board, any unit you play basically dies to this Lauren Protege.
Sure, barrier is something that you can't overlook.
And Dango making that read with Zengbet playing nothing on board, committing that second Young Witch. And we'll see if Zingbet actually commits the Withering Whale here. I think that's probably what he has to do if he doesn't want his board to get absolutely destroyed. We'll see. He might go for a Fading Memories first. But it looks like he's just going to commit the Withering Whale and take out the 2 Witches.
Oof, that's a lot of damage coming
Witch
out.
be gone, Witch be gone. And that's a board clear for him.
He
It
does
takes
have 2
5
more
damage to
attack.
face. Saved off 4 damage, though. Prevented himself from taking 4 damage. And I think that's exactly how he needs to play this matchup, is to prevent as much damage from face as possible, so that he can let his deep units come online and really play towards that deck thinning condition, getting deep as quickly as possible.
I'm sorry, just give me 1 minute. I'll be right back.
Betterson is babysitting a cat, a newborn kitten, for the first time. So lots of hyperactivity with a newborn cat for sure. All our cat owners in chat, you're very familiar with that situation. So give him a minute to kind of get that sorted out. But we're looking here. It's going to be the Devourer of the Depths, likely going to target this Laurent Protege, clear out that challenger unit. Needs to get a body on board, of course. But this is probably just going to be a goodbye Maokai kind of situation. Tossing those low-cost toss engines from the bottom of the deck, never really what you want to see in a toss deck. Losing your 1 power or your 1 mana, 2 mana units, those are what you want to have on top of your deck with your big, deep monsters on the bottom. Unfortunately, luck of the draw is not in favor for Zingbet here, and losing some of the value on those Dreg Dredgers. And just as exactly what we would expect, trading into the Maokai, clearing that unit off the board. Maokai obviously having the ability to threaten with all these toss engines, creating that sapling every time you play a unit. The first time you play a unit on each of your turns makes it really easy for him to level up. So killing him quicker, sooner rather than later, really makes it a lot harder for that Maokai to level up. And it looks like Dango's considering actually going for the rally here. He changed his mind about the rally. He's just comfortable kind of holding on to his resources, waiting for a more opportunistic moment to push for lethal there. And instead, we see Zengbet pulling that challenger unit, dropping the 5/4 with Ephemeral now, the Swiftwing Lancer, looking for just kind of to really threaten that board, knowing that Dango wants to kind of play these big champions out on the board, and with no Shen coming out, makes it really scary for him to put Awkward to sequence that Shen. Zengbet actually choosing not to play to pass and going for the trade onto the Swiftwing Lancer, taking advantage of this ephemeral unit before it disappears into darkness. Going for the positive trade. Both players being very conservative with their resources this game. This is definitely kind of like what you see when you see more of a mid-range list versus a ramp list. Like, lots more cards in hand, compared to those aggro lists when Dango would be down to 2 or 1 cards in hand. Playing something more mid-range, he's sitting on some of these spells, holding on to them. Zengbet obviously playing the late game deck, comfortable holding onto these cards in hand for as long as possible, until the last possible moment. Just waiting for that time to get that Nautilus down. The Vile Feast coming out to trade into the barrier unit, clear out the 3-1. But Dango happy to just scout ahead here with the barrier. Comfortable now to play the Shen and maybe get that barrier down and go for yet another positive trade. We might actually see a trade onto the Kithria here with the Fleet Feather. Actually pulling away the 4-4. I like this play a lot better. It's taking a second to think about it. I actually do prefer pulling the 4-4 because it means that there's less a weaker blocker left over. But kind of knowing that his goal right now is to regain control of the board, taking away the Kithria as he moves on to the defensive with no units in hand. It's actually a really scary situation for Dango. And we're approaching deep here. Down to 23 cards left deep. Once you hit 15 cards or less in your deck total, all your sea monsters go up by plus 3/3. Quick and easy trade here. The Shen gonna give the Fleet Feather Tracker barrier to keep that challenger unit alive. And as good as this situation is, for Dango, I think Zingbet's much happier with kind of the state of the board for him. He's about to go deep here. So that 4-2 unit's going to buff itself up to a 7-5, and it's actually going to survive this attack here. This also means that when the Nautilus comes out next turn, that's a board full of deep units. Every deep unit reduces its cost by 4 when the Nautilus comes out. Going to be really, really easy to fill up your board with sea monsters at that moment. Dango taking his time thinking about whether he wants to commit the riposte here. Doesn't really seem to be a whole lot of value in playing this riposte like this. Might just be to get some damage on face, but if he chooses not to, maybe just sitting on that spell mana, waiting for a better moment. Unfortunately, his moments are running out. This deep deck just went deep. This Nautilus is about to drop. Time is kind of running out for this mid-range list on Dango's side. Actually committing the riposte to clear out the 7-5 monster here. And I think Zingbet's actually going to be okay with that. He knows he has the Nautilus in hand. I think he's happy to see the board kind of look this way. And Dango, yeah, having kind of exhausted his deck's main resources with that Lulu, with that Shen, pulling a Young Witch, not really what you want to see on turn 9. So here comes the Nautilus. And this is really what deep decks are all about. 7 cost, your sea monsters cost 4 less, a 13/13 with Fearsome and Tough. the only unit that can block this attacker is Shen. So Dango now has to decide, is he going to trade a Shen or is he going to take 13 damage to face? Just such a scary threat coming out of this Nautilus. It's going to be really hard for Dango to regain board control here. I think he's considering going for a rally, pushing in that damage on face before the attack token flips over. And there goes the relentless pursuit. Dango knowing that he's up against the clock. The hourglass is almost fully drained. Unfortunately, though, fighting into all these thorny toads, you know, not a really easy access to the Nexus here. Likely going to have to pull away the Nautilus to keep the Shen alive. And there's really no reason if you're Zingbat to not just trade the Thorny Toad in here. He does get the Shen level up. That Maokai almost leveling up here. And tossing, you might be wondering why he's so comfortable tossing. Tossing only tosses non-champions from the bottom of your deck. This Maokai leveling up also makes it quite likely that he's going to pick it up. As soon as that Maokai comes out, it's basically over. Once you see that sapling dancing on your deck, kind of laughing in your face, taunting you, there's really not a whole lot you can do. Actually going to find the Dredgers here. So one survived the toss, coming out on top of his deck here. And Dango pulling the riposte actually might be able to push for lethal here. He's currently threatening 10 points. I think the riposte is perfect lethal. It might just be enough to swing it. You can see Dango scouring through the deck tracker, trying to remember to see if there's any responses he needs to watch out for. But I think he's making the judgment call to push for the win here with the riposte. Actually choosing to hold on to the riposte, and that might be his downfall. If only he knew. If only he knew. And here comes the deep unit start slamming down. The Shipwreck Hoarder, the Terror of the Tides, the Nautilus in hand. Very scary board on Zingbet's side. And with the Atrocity, that's just game over. There's nothing really Dango can do. These 4 sea monsters striking in, and an Atrocity in hand to boot. Zingbet's going to claim the series 2-1 against Dango. Very close game. Very close game. Dango, sad Poro, upset about that loss for sure. I'm sure when he watches the replay later, he's going to be even more upset knowing he had the win in his fingertips and just missed the read, just barely missed the read. But Zingbet happy to close that series out 2-1.
My word, I just barely missed that. I came back and I see a 13-13 Nautilus and a leveled up Shen. What did I miss, buddy? Care to explain?
You missed a hell of a series for sure.
I could tell. Yeah, I really regret that. Yeah, sorry about that. Something came up. Hopefully there will be no more interruptions. But
we're happy to have you back. That game obviously just really showing kind of the power of that deep deck. You know, being able to drag that game out, really counter out that aggro, slow down the pace of that Lulu Shen deck, pull it up into the kind of turn 7, turn 8 range, and drop that Nautilus and really, literally and metaphorically drop the hammer, drop the anchor right on top of Dango's win condition. You know, there's nothing really you can do against a 13-13 with tough. Like once that Nautilus comes out, your Nexus falls. His Nexus is soon to fall.
Yeah, not much you can do against that. But like I said, I did see the big leveled up Shen, so definitely an effort was put in to put up a bit of a resistance, but it's really hard.
Perfect. So that concludes round 3. We're going to take a little break before we hop into round 4, our final Swiss round for today. Just to give you guys a heads up of how the rest of the schedule is going to look. After our 4th and final Swiss round, we're going to be calculating the match results and announcing the finalists moving into a single elimination series on a following day. That's still kind of being arranged with the players, trying to figure out the best kind of schedule for that. Obviously, as college students have assignments and things that they need to get to. But we'll figure out when the best day for finals will be. It may be tomorrow, it may be next week. We're not sure. But once this kind of the next round concludes, we'll tally up the finalists and we'll get ready to play out those last couple matches. So stay tuned for round 4 and also the brackets kind of leading into the finalists to see who your finalists are and support your fellow students and peers. Make sure to stick around for to the end of round 4.
Very exciting.
And we're back. Thank you again so much for hanging on. We're having a bunch of technical difficulties. The stream was kind of put together in a bit of a rush. We had to swap our producer. We got a backup broadcaster. So big thank you to Ryan for stepping in the last 24 hours and helping out. We're just having some issues getting some of the players' screens up right now. So there's still a little bit of a delay for match 4, but we thought we'd get a nice head start and take a look at some of these decks. Actually very interesting. The bans have just come through, and we're going to be seeing Zingbet again playing against Spencer Geov. So Zingbet versus Spencer, and they're both running Ezreal Twisted Fate decks. Betterson, what makes these decks so different from each other?
Yeah, so really interesting. Two Ezreal Twisted Fate decks. I'm really excited to see the differences and intricacies of each one. Let's get a deep dive. Let's see what really makes each deck tick, huh?
Yeah, so I was just curious what your thoughts were on the differences between Zingbet's list and Spencer's list.
Yeah, looking, I immediately see one difference. Zingbat is running no pool shark while Spencer is. What do you make of that?
I like the pool shark is a really interesting one drop because it obviously pumps a lot of drop power into Twisted Fate, but it's not a very good body. So it's obviously it's like one of those kind of cards that like doesn't really get very favored in these lists. There's just better options. We actually see instead of the pool shark, we're just running multiple copies of the Dreadway deckhand on Zingbet's side. So valuing that deckhand, valuing that powder keg over that one drop. It definitely makes his makes his game plan a tad slower. It makes it a little harder to level up the Twisted Fate. But all in all, I think his deck really kind of plays into the power of the Ezreal TF, which is use those spells, use those powder kegs, and really just buy time for that Riptide Rex to just come down and slam on the board. So I personally think Zingbet's list is just a tad bit stronger because it really plays into that win con. But honestly, the differences are very minimal. And Spencer's deck with the Pool Shark is quite usable as well. I think it actually just provides like a different utility. He's more Twisted Fate focused, while Zingbet's deck is more Ezreal focused. So we'll see how the matchup works out if we get the mirror.
Yeah, for sure. I'm looking at their decks. I'm actually struggling to find any differences. Only other ones I'm seeing is instead of 3 Dreadway deckhands, Spencer's only running 1.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's just he's swapped out the Pool Sharks for the Dreadway deckhands. That's the only change.
Oh, I see.
Otherwise, the lists are exactly the same. Really fascinating, actually, to see two nearly identical lists being played in a mirror here.
So it's going to come down to how they play around their draws and mulligans and the slight difference in their lists.
Definitely, yeah. The draw power is going to be really influential here, and obviously, Spencer having that ability to level up that Twisted Fate a little bit faster with that extra draw power from the Pool Shark might be just enough to turn the tides in the early game. Really kind of depends on how these players draw. We might see a mirror, we might not. If we don't see a mirror, the other matchups we're looking at, we've got Zingbet again with his Nightfall aggro, as we've seen. I'm so happy I get to cast this game, this deck one more time. This is why we do it, right? This is what we do it for. To see Diana and Nocturne slapping away the Nexus, and Spencer in turn with the infamous Misfortune Quinn aggro list with a nearly full Demacia package. Honestly, the only Bilgewater card he actually techs in this deck is the Misfortune. Really interesting choice there.
Yeah, Misfortune is just such a strong card that it doesn't really matter what region, I guess, you have her in, as long as you get the appropriate effects off, being able to lay strong offensive on your opponent. It's all you really need to make her effective.
Absolutely, and this Demacia package, these 1-drops and 2-drops from Demacia, the Kithria, the Fleet Feathers, the Bright Steels, the Warships, we've been seeing them all this tournament, but they're just so strong, and there's a reason we keep seeing them. It's because of how strong they are. Obviously, not running a whole lot of removal in this list. It's very unit focused, as we've seen, but choosing actually, rather than running Kithria the Bold, choosing to tech in Genevieve Elmheart, an interesting choice. I actually kind of like this choice. It doesn't put the Fearsome on the board, but it does put a Challenger down, as well as an additional Scout, which really kind of plays into the Misfortune side of things with this deck. It really kind of gives you that extra value on those attacks with Misfortune's passive.
For sure. And again, Misfortune really just comes down to making use of her passive as much as possible, and that really makes her stick out from the other types of aggressive champions.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really excited to see how these matchups look. We've seen a couple aggro into aggro. Um, we've seen a couple aggro into aggro, but we also might see some like kind of spell based into spell based here with the Ezreal TF mirror matchup. So,
Mhm.
couple possibilities of how these games might play out. I'm really looking forward to seeing our fourth round game being streamed here. Obviously, getting to watch Zingbet again after his amazing performance last match is going to be a lot of fun. And now that we get to see his Ezreal list, his Nautilus deck was banned out. I'm sure Spencer was probably a little spooked after seeing how it destroyed Dango's list in the last game with that
Who
big
wouldn't
late
be?
game swing. So pretty logical ban there, taking out that deck so you have space for your aggro list. And then obviously we get to see the Ezreal Twisted Fate now instead.
Yeah. While we're waiting, I got a quick question for you. What is your favorite? You know what? No, favorite. It's too easy. What is the most underrated Twitch emote in your opinion?
Huh. You know what? I'm not gonna lie. I'm a big fan of I'm a big fan of emotes in general. Runeterra is a great game for that. You get to spam all sorts of emotes and get your own custom emotes. But with Twitch, I kind of like the simple stuff. I've seen some small creators make some really cool, like kind of like independent emotes for their own thing, and I'm really hoping that one day somebody will make a Zeddy emote for me, and that would be really be the best day of my life. That would be even better. Like I would rather have a Zeddy emote than watch Nightfall aggro 6 games in a row, and that's a pretty big statement because I love Nightfall aggro. So, any talented artists in the chat, you know where to find me at lolzeddy.
I
Uh,
know a guy.
Send me your stuff. I'd love to see those emotes coming
But
through.
forget about the emotes. Let's talk about the game. What's
Turn
up with this
one,
play?
Kithria, very standard start for the Misfortune Quinn list here. Just trying to get that aggro down as soon as possible. Playing into the Twisted Fate Ezreal deck. And here comes the War Chefs down defensively. The War Chefs is a really interesting card to play on defense. It's got a really good body for blocking. However, not really enough to deal with just the sheer power of the low cost units here, though, coming out from Zingbet. These units that push just so hard make it really really hard to kind of respond. With your 2 health, your 3 health blockers, lots of really high base stats on these low cost units.
How do you feel about Zingbet's hand? What do you think it's gonna? How do you think it's gonna play out for him in the rest of the
I
game?
actually like Zingbet's hand a lot. He has a number of
Really?
ways of kind of proccing his his nab to nab top cards off the top of the deck with the Black Market Merchant, with the Plunder there. He's got the Make It Rain. He just top decked into the Warning Shot, which is just a great synergy with the rest of his hand. So I think he's fine. Like he's playing into his win con, right? Which is just dragging out time, waiting for that Twisted Fate and Ezreal to come online. So
Right.
having these nab cards now to kind of like thin cards off the top of Geov's deck and beat him at his own game, kill him with his own resources with the cards that he steals off the top of the deck, I actually think is a fine way to play this. And this Warning Shot here, actually tapping the Nexus, is a great way to set up for nab. And actually choosing to opt for the Petty Officer, going for the unit creation just to get another body down on the board to block the second attack coming out from Spencer.
He's going for it. He wants it. He wants it bad.
And Spencer, running a mostly Demacia list, means he basically gets to proc Allegiance every single time he plays down that Bannerman. That's so much damage now on this board here. Just really easy trades. The War Chefs potentially buffing up the Bannerman as well. Just a really strong board. Actually opting not to swing with the War Chefs. I guess he values saving it over the potential damage it puts on face. It's a board reset. I actually don't hate that play. I mean,
Not entirely.
it's in a deck against in this situation playing against the Ezreal TF, you're not really flooding your board with units. So trading out positively here, while there isn't a whole lot of removal options in Zingbet, like before that Rex Riptide comes out, it's not bad because it gives him the opportunity to refill his board and set up for an even bigger swing later. Keeping the War Chefs alive is also a good way to protect a champion or set up for a Laurent Protege, which he has in hand, for example, to give it that extra boost it needs to clear out a key unit with that challenger.
Right, and at the end of the day, in order to win the game, unless you have Fiora or something, all you have to do is take your opponent's Nexus to 0. And right now, Geov is in a good position to do that. He's pressuring the board and forcing Zingbet to get his own little army going here. Or, yeah, even putting out the challenger to even threaten the bench units.
And that's an amazing nab there with the Genevieve, just nabbing the Genevieve away from Spencer. Spencer's definitely not going to be happy to see that.
You just call
Losing
game
that
after that.
big kind of finishing, pushing card there, that would have been devastating for Zingbet's board if the Genevieve had come out, but getting nabbed away by the black market merchant.
I would flip a table if I was in GL's position right now.
It's rough. It's a rough loss. It's definitely tough to see losing one of those top cards, but we'll see if maybe it actually gives him the advantage to top deck into something better. You know, maybe that Genevieve was just one card away from blocking that Quinn, and maybe that's what he finds instead. So you never know. That's always the risk with nab is nab. It takes away non-champions, right? But definitely a loss here. Pulling the Laurent Protege instead of the Genevieve is definitely going to feel bad for Spencer. Obviously, he doesn't know what he lost, but Zingbet will be happy to keep that trick up his sleeve. For the best possible moment before he swings that around. But gonna take a lot of damage here. Down to 5 health on the Nexus.
Oh, geez. Yeah. They don't call it aggro for nothing.
And that's an unlucky pull with the Petty Officer. Pulling an ephemeral unit means it won't survive the following turn. And that Shadow Fiend that I love so much is actually not gonna really. It's gonna show me. It's not really giving me a very good argument here anymore. It's really not providing so much value here to this board.
We had like a full dialogue about the value of a Shadow Fiend, but I guess in a situation like that where he didn't expect it to come, he didn't put it in his deck, it just kind of happened.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Zingbet, losing that value on the board means it's going to be even harder to kind of reclaim this board state here. Spencer looking like he might just drop the Relentless Pursuit and just push for the win on this turn here. We'll wait to see if he does it now or after the attack, and it looks like he's just going to do it now. Zingbet's going to have to swing here and really take advantage, but unfortunately, he's not going to be able to get much use out of the scout. If he tries to scout with Genevieve, Spencer, who now has an attack token of his own, will just be able to attack right back. So he's going to have to full swing if he wants to threaten this board with a board clear.
He does have a couple Mystic shots, so he might be able to use some.
There is a Mystic shot that can help him take out something like the Laurent Protege to kill that Challenger unit before it swings.
It's not completely out of it, yeah.
But here with the Rangers Resolve, taking that positive trade onto the 4/4, and in response of a Rangers Resolve of his own, actually a really smart play from Zingbet, puts some damage down on the board, clears out 2 of the units, and keeps to keep his units alive. So here's the single combat. Spencer is putting out all the stops here, going down to his very last card, while Zingbet still holding on to a full hand of cards. Unfortunately, not much you can do with them. This is a really, really aggressive play from Spencer. He really thinks that like this is going to win it for him. So he's putting as much into it as he can.
Yeah, he's exuding confidence right now. I wish I had a thimble full of his confidence. I'd be 10 times better as a person.
This is a massive play. If this works out, this is going to be a crazy good play for Spencer. Probably just winning the game outright. So I'm excited to see how this turns out.
I guess he kind of just saw it as a now or never kind of thing. It's like, if I'm not going to push now, then when will I? It's like that 5 HP. It's no better time than here.
And that's true with the Twisted Fate in hand for Zingbet. He's going to be able to start scaling into the late game kind of with that draw power, attacking multiple times with that quick attacking unit. Unfortunately for Spencer, he played the rally, lost his board, and actually doesn't get to attack. So even though he has the attack token now with the barrier on the Laurent Protege, Zingbet's going to have more than enough time to set up some blockers here.
Yeah, the plan really backfired here. He has no cards in his hand, and like we said, Zingbet has a full hand. He's going to be able to play whatever he needs to get himself in a suitable position.
Going for the red card here to break down the barrier. The only risk to playing this Twisted Fate now like this is that it's a really vulnerable target for a challenger.
Right. But again, he's got nothing in his hand, just the one challenger on the board. I'm sure he's going to find something to answer it. Maybe
if you're Zingbet, you're thinking that just getting this unit down now while Spencer has nothing in hand and just taking this like bad trade is better in the long run because you have 6 cards to 0.
Right.
And it makes sense. And actually, Spencer choosing not to attack at all, knowing that 6-0 card advantage is just too much to deal with. And Zingbet's going to take that as a sign and just start slapping down more units, get that pickpocket out.
He has to cherish every unit he has on his board right now because it's the only thing keeping him in the game. He doesn't want to risk throwing it off and then losing it in a bad trade.
Absolutely. So we see them make it rain here. Threatens that board. Let's see if it actually low rolls. It had a 25% chance to miss, and it did. Quite unlucky for Zingbet in this situation. But that static shot gonna follow up there, clear out the board. We might even just see a hyper aggressive rally here. Going in for the attack, we've got another static shock with another rally. This might even just be the game here.
Yeah, unless Spencer draws something really spectacular.
Interesting, Zingbet choosing not to use the scout on the Genevieve and just go for the damage. You know, he really just has faith that he has enough for lethal here. And unfortunately, Spencer going for that block, going for the greedy block, is going to take, and that's going to be the game for Zingbet. Pushing with lethal here. He's got 10, exactly 11 damage with that warning shot. No, doesn't even need the second attack.
They're bowing. They're calling it a game.
And the Sheds come out, and the game is over. Zingbet takes game 1 in the match 4 in the 4th round.
Spectacular.
Really, I guess Spencer really wished he had Jinx that game because his hand was empty for a really, really long time.
Yeah, absolutely. Jinx would have been the perfect card there. Unfortunately, not really enough space for a Jinx in an Ezreal Twisted Fate deck. Jinx usually likes to kind of see lower cost spells, and obviously Ezreal Twisted Fate, you know, pushing more for that late game, whereas Jinx likes an earlier game, an aggressive game. Definitely could see some kind of flexibility with Jinx TF. I'm sure people have theory crafted that before, but that's not what we're seeing today. What we're getting to see now instead is our favorite Nightfall aggro versus the Ezreal TF from Spencer's side.
So it's the Nightfall versus the same deck we just saw.
Yeah, well, we're gonna see the Ezreal TF, but this time we're gonna see Spencer's version with the Pool Sharks.
I see.
So very similar deck to the last one. Obviously, just trading out for that Pool Shark to give some more draw power to the Twisted Fate. And the Nightfall aggro deck, you know, it's like an mid-range aggro kind of in a way. You know, you don't really want to play units early because you don't want to miss out on the Nightfall tags, but you don't really have enough mana to do anything with them either. So I think Zingbet's actually going to be really happy just getting the kind of free pass to hold that spell mana to turn 3. It gives him a really good opportunity to just play Stalking Shadows into a unit and proc that Nightfall before he gets attacking here. Sitting on 3 Priestesses in hand, tons of invoke power, gives him full capability to just hunt for the spells he needs in whatever situation. Spencer, not really a whole lot of responses to this, you know, this elusive unit. The Jagged Butcher, you know, don't want to play that unless you can get that plunder. You want to get that +1.
So how do you feel about Spencer's hand this game?
Spencer, in Spencer's situation here, you know, he's kind of just waiting to get this Twisted Fate online. He's got the nabs, and the way nab works, the nab interaction with Twisted Fate, is that even though technically you're not drawing a card from the top of your deck, you are stealing it from the enemy person's deck and adding it to your hand. So it actually does help Twisted Fate level up. So with all this nab power in hand, you know, with the Yordle Grifter, with the Black Market Merchant, I think Spencer's kind of happy with the resources he has in hand. And thankfully for him in this matchup, you know, Zingbet doesn't have the same level of aggression as he would with something like a Misfortune Quinn. So he can afford to play a little bit slower. But Zingbet, just as I'm saying this, you know, starting to slap down these units, really starting to fill up his board with these scary Nightfall attackers and get that Diana leveled up as quickly as possible. And here comes the parlay. Parlay is going to set up for a plunder nab really quick. And actually choosing to go with a priestess here to fill out his board. I actually think the Meteor Shower feels really good here. The Warrior is a really good unit because it plays on curve. So actually I don't hate that choice as well. But the Meteor Shower just provides a lot of value into kind of defending. And you'll actually notice Zingbet played the Ephemeral Priestess. I think that was probably a mistake. It's definitely a bug with the game that a lot of people have been complaining about, myself included, looking for some indicators maybe on some ephemeral units, because definitely would have liked to have that Priestess survive as an extra body moving into the 3rd round. It's just kind of an unfortunate misclick.
I remember you're saying one of the cards he was offered was better. Why would you feel that over the Challenger here, or the Warrior?
He already the point of the Nightfall deck is to play low cost units that can proc the Nightfall. You know, so you play something low mana so that you can play another low mana card and proc that Nightfall. When you play something like the Warrior, it consumes all your mana and makes it really difficult for you to proc Nightfall in your turn, which makes it harder for you to level up the Diana. And Diana's already a challenger when she Nightfalls. So the Warrior, even though it's a really strong body, it actually kind of like disturbs your win condition, as opposed to something like the Meteor Shower, which you can use spell mana for, and just as easily kind of clears up these threats. We're actually going to see the Thermogenic Beam come out immediately here and take out the Diana right away. And with no response in hand, Zingbets kind of just have to take that and deal with that.
Feels bad, but it could have been worse for him. He's definitely going to be able to find some more Dianas later in his deck. Got to keep digging.
Absolutely. And this is a situation where, for example, if you had a Meteor Shower, you know, with Spencer having no mana in hand, that would have been enough to take out that Twisted Fate.
Right.
So it's little the things and little decisions. It's obviously just player preference, not necessarily saying that it was a mistake to take that card, but just kind of a different perspective on why you might choose to take one card over another in a certain situation.
If you're Zingbat, oh well, I guess we already know the answer, but I was gonna say, would you try and go for the Warrior trying to challenge the Twisted Fate?
I think in this situation, having like the two Doom Beasts in hand, the Doom Beasts, you want to get maximum value, and with only 1 health missing off your Nexus, you're going to lose value on the drain. Not like a big deal, but if you have the opportunity to just play the Warrior safely and get that spillover mana to fill up your spell mana there, both players kind of refilling their spell mana to full here, you might as well just take advantage of that opportunity that you have. But Zingbet, his hand here is full of Nightfall units, meaning that he's not going to be able to get full value out of every card he plays. So he's going to have to choose kind of which Nightfall he values over the other. And actually choosing not to take the fearsome Stygian Onlooker and going for something like maybe a Doom Beast or an Invoke on the Priestess here.
Oh man, that effect, like the cannonballs actually lagged the stream a bit.
Yeah, those powder kegs pack a punch, even to our broadcast team.
Spilling over into the real world.
Really kind of shaking the screen a little bit here. And really interesting thing I actually wasn't aware of, for Ezreal's passive to level him up to target enemy units. Make it rain actually counts as a targeted spell, even though it assigns random targets. So
I was actually going to ask you about that. I noticed that in the other game. I was like, that's really strange. It does not feel like that should count as targeted at all. Yet here we are.
Yeah, it seems like a really easy way to just kind of like pump some damage down and get that Ezreal leveled up as quickly as possible.
One might even say cheese.
Yeah, you might. You absolutely might. It looks like Spencer's kind of enjoying playing Zingbet's deck against him, playing 2 Nightfall cards that he nabbed off the top of the deck here, with the Unspeakable Horror and the Pale Cascade, both to protect the Twisted Fate. The Twisted Fate, however, still will fall here, trading into the Warrior. But Zingbet's going to be happy with that. He can still play his Doom Beast here, get some health back, and build up his board before this defense, before he moves to his defensive turn.
Yeah, and with the Ezreal in Spencer's hand, how do you think he's going to try and play the next couple of turns? Like, what kind of setup do you foresee?
Typically, you don't want to play your Ezreal until he levels up, just because he's a really vulnerable unit. There are some situations, obviously, where that's not necessarily the case. You may want to get him out to start Nexus striking and pulling Mystic shots for you, because he creates a Mystic shot in hand every time you Nexus strike. However, in this situation, against the deck as kind of like volatile as the Nightfall deck that has the ability to make your units vulnerable, that has the ability to make Diana a challenger, that has the ability to pull these big invokes, you know, he's got the Obliterate in hand, the 6-point Obliterate in hand. Playing Ezreal before you can actually get value out of his ultimate is just really dangerous. So we might actually
you don't see him playing it until like he has the ability to like significantly chunk the Nexus. You don't think he's going to play it until that, like,
most likely not. And he might be looking for more like low cost spells, which is actually really nice for him in this matchup because the Nightfall deck packs a lot of low cost spells. This Warning Shot, for example, provides great synergy with Ezreal's passive. Every time you Warning Shot with Ezreal's passive, we saw in one of our games earlier, it's 3 damage. So finding an extra Warning Shot might be what Spencer's looking for before this Ezreal comes out.
Yeah, in this case, Ezreal's the macaroni and Warning Shot's the cheese. It's a match made in heaven. A very cheesy match.
It's creamy and beautiful, absolutely. When
you
see that
so
Warning
long,
Shot, Mystic Shot. So we see the Stalking Shadows here, hunting for a card to play. Crescent Guardian kind of representing the best blocker he has on board, but actually opting for the Lunari Duskbringer. And the Duskbringer here provides the value of giving him petals to proc his Nightfall in later rounds. So although the Crescent Guardian presents a better body, I actually like this play to get the Dust Petals out because it makes it really easy for him to proc Nightfall as he moves kind of towards the later stages of the game, where he might be looking for something like a Diana or like a Nocturne to finish off the board. Having those Dust Petals in hand will be really helpful for that.
I see. Yeah, I remember in the other Nocturne game we watched, I asked you, like what the perfect Nocturne opportunity was. When do you see him playing it this game? What do you think? What signals are going off in your brain that would, like, if you were Zangbet or Zingbat, when would you be screaming, "Play the Nocturne! Play the Nocturne!"
I think as soon as you have the attack token on your side of the board and there's like an opportunity to play the Nocturne safely without fear of removal, you just slap it down immediately, especially into a deck like Twisted Fate Ezreal where all your units are fairly low power. Like Nocturne coming out here would actually make his entire board vulnerable to Fearsome and could make his entire Spencer's defense like completely useless. However, we're probably like Singbad's definitely playing on the back foot here with that Crescent Guardian getting traded out, taking some Nexus damage. We're really looking for a top deck here on Zingbet. If I'm Zingbet, I'm really hoping that Nocturne pops up on the top of my deck quite soon.
Oh, I saw the Doom Beast and I mistook them from for a Nocturnes. I was like, he's holding onto the Nocturne.
They're little baby Nocturnes.
I see. Yeah, just like we can only see the top of them.
Yeah.
So he pulls them up.
Well, the Doom Beast is still a really good, useful tool here for him, taking 2 health from the Nexus and adding it to his own. You know, really kind of balancing it out as he moves back onto the attack here. Another Stalking Shadow is going to thin out the deck a little bit, maybe find another follower as he hunts for this Nocturne. But really not a whole lot for Zingbet to be playing here. These cards in his hand, like even this Everlasting Phoenix, doesn't really represent a whole lot for him, having not played that many Celestials. It's an elusive attacker, but even in this situation, he wants to be questing. He wants to get that Nocturne out. He wants to push for that lethal. And with no Nocturne in hand, it's going to be very tricky for him to do that. Spencer actually making the read. There's no Nocturne in hand. He's just going to drop the Ezreal and go. With no mana to play the Obliterate, Zingbet actually in a very dangerous situation here. This could be the game coming up on this next turn here with a fully slotted board with the evolved Ezreal. Very scary situation for Zingbet for sure.
Right. So there's the exception we were talking about. Even though he didn't have immediate ways of following up, he kind of read that his opponent wouldn't be able. Oh, jeez. Oh boy.
And there's the Nocturne. Unfortunately, one turn too late. Playing it on the defensive means you lose the value on the vulnerability. Ezreal's going to get that Nexus strike through. There's going to be a Mystic shot. There's going to be a Warning shot. There's going to be a Pale Cascade. And I don't see how Zingbet survives this attack.
Love and friendship.
He's going to have to hope. Here we've got a Mystic shot. That represents 4 damage when combined with the Ezreal leader ability. He's going to have to, I think Zingbet's going to have to force the Falling Comet, and he actually chooses for the Immortal Phoenix. I don't think he realizes how much damage Spencer has in hand right now.
I actually don't think I've seen that card before, the Phoenix. What does that one do?
It's the Phoenix is a Celestial that gets +1 damage for every Celestial you've played previously, and it respawns on death. So really good card in a situation where you can go late game, but here comes the double Warning shot, and just as we were saying, 6 damage, 3 damage on every Warning shot, and there's the game. Spencer with that beautiful combo into the Ezreal, really knowing his deck and how to pilot it. Perfect outplay there onto the Nocturne Diana deck, showing Nightfall aggro who's boss.
He made a good read and it paid off. Sure.
Really smart play from Spencer there. We're now 1-1 in the series. We're playing the tiebreaker game. We're going to see the Nightfall aggro into the Quinn Misfortune. This is going to be a very scary game, especially if I'm Zingbet. I am very frightened by this Misfortune deck. These Misfortune decks have really been showing us in this tournament how strong this card is. So he's probably hoping for top decks. If I'm Zingbet here, I'm mulliganing everything, trying to find a Diana, trying to find a Nocturne. And we actually do find the Diana in our first hand.
It's going to keep him in the game just a little bit.
Spencer with the classic start, pulling out the Fleet Feather Tracker. Always a great 1-drop to play. Sets up as the challenger for round 2, especially when you follow up with something like War Chefs. It's just a very common combination there.
So what would you say the bread and butter is of the scouting deck?
If you're Spencer in this situation, your goal is really to kind of gain control of the board before this Nightfall deck can kind of get to that place where these champions have finished their quests.
Right.
And before they level up, just threaten that board. Always force Zingbet to play on the back foot. So we might actually see, like, even though he's on defense, there's the challenger in the Diana. He's actually defending the fleet for their tracker. He's happy to make this trade and lose his 3-2 unit just to keep his challenger alive.
You can feel the electricity in the air as we reach the last game of the night. These players both want to go home with another win. Well, they are already home, you know what I mean? Metaphorically go home.
Yeah, playing in these times, playing these tournaments, obviously we would love to do something like a LAN. That'd be so much fun, but all the players kind of playing from home, really in the comfort of their own homes, playing where they feel kind of most strong. This is where they've been practicing. It's like playing the season finals, like in the practice room. It's where you're comfortable. You're familiar with your environment. You can have your cup of coffee on the side there. You got your stuffed animals in your lap. You're happy playing Runeterra. Just in the comfort of your own home, just really, really just kind of getting into the area,
For sure,
really feeling yourself.
The mental game and comfort is an overlooked factor sometimes. If you're in a like crammed little chair in a little LAN, that might mess up with your nerves and might mess up with your plays as well. But
Definitely
they're gonna have the ability to play with their full mental capacity in mind.
But we, as the viewers and observers, know that means there's no excuses, and we want to see the best play possible. So we've been quite happy with the level of performance we've been seeing from these players. Really pushing their best game, showing us their best game in these tournaments. We've seen some really good games, and this one's looking like it's going to be a crazy fight here. This Nightfall aggro deck actually managing to gain pretty significant control of the board. Spencer going to respond with that misfortune and really try to put some pressure down with these 1 damage pings on that attack.
Right, so he draws the Nocturne. Now he has both core champions at his access. How much of a difference do you think this makes now that he knows he's got the Nocturne in hand?
Zingbet pulling the Nocturne here is a really big play because putting it down next turn and making that misfortune vulnerable basically guarantees a clear. We know that Spencer's not running a whole lot of removal in his deck. In fact, the only defensive spells he has are actually in his hand. Thankfully for him, he has the back-to-back, he has the Ranger's Resolve. But aside from that misfortune is basically just food for Nocturne.
I see. He might not have a lot, but he is going to use what he has to the best of his abilities here. Going to try and hold as best as he can.
The Crescent Guardian coming down on the off turn. The Crescent Guardian, unlike the Stygian Onlooker, keeps its damage buff on the Nightfall for the next turn. So able to kind of set up that board and get ready for his attack with the Nocturne on turn 6. Unfortunately for him, Spencer, really understanding kind of how critically he needs to make this push, goes for the Relentless Pursuit and challenges out some of these bigger units. Really trying to put some pressure down on the board. Actually willing to trade them misfortune here.
Right, and if we're just comparing the level of aggressiveness for both decks, the fact that they're even in cards, I think that is a big advantage for Spencer here. Zingbat really needs to have the answers here to address this really, really strong aggression coming out from Spencer, and he just doesn't seem to have too much.
And we do see that response in the Nocturne. Actually, that top deck on the Solari Soldier there is actually really quite valuable to Zingbat.
Yeah.
Not only is it a 3/3 unit, but it actually makes his sequencing very very clean. Otherwise, you're stacking Nightfall on Nightfall, and that never feels good to be losing value. And this play, the Grizzled Ranger, actually might be quite dangerous for Spencer here. Not having access to his back-to-back means misfortune was going to go down before she can get that level up.
Dive, boys. Go straight for misfortune.
And everybody's going to dive in for the misfortune here. The Solari Soldier going to push in, actually choosing to go with the Nocturne here. Keep his kind of lower health units in better shape. Nocturne, a little tankier, a better target for some of his buffs. Maybe that's kind of why he's thinking it might be a better call here. But misfortune, having the second misfortune in hand actually turns it into a make it rain. So we're going to wait to see. It looks like Spencer's going to wait to see how this attack resolves before he decides whether he's going to commit that make it rain or not. Could be a quite valuable make it rain for him, potentially clearing 2 units and doing damage on Nexus, but actually choosing to hold it until the following turn.
Right, and Zingbat making a pretty significant comeback here. Again, we feel, or I at least feel, that the aggro on Spencer's deck is a lot stronger than Zingbat, but in the end, he has less HP than the Zingbat does, so it really goes to show how this game's going.
Absolutely. And Spencer actually choosing to let the Make It Rain turn back into a Misfortune, not save that spell response and just have his champion back out. I guess he values having that removal option or that damage option with the Misfortune into a board with full of 1 health units. It makes sense. And here comes the Rangers Resolve. Interestingly enough, the Rangers Resolve I don't think is going to be enough to keep the Misfortune alive. Whereas the back-to-back might have done it. Might have been a misplay here from Spencer, having the mana for the back-to-back, or just knowing that he likes to keep that, he wants to keep that response for a challenge. I guess there's some logic, there's a value to that play as well. But the back-to-back, after doing everything to keep the Misfortune alive, it just seems odd that you wouldn't want to keep commit the back-to-back there.
I do think you're right about it. I think he might just be putting a lot of value into this back-to-back because right now it is his only card in hand, and it is kind of his last lifeline. He wants to be able to keep his board healthy and respond to anything that he might be able to throw his way.
Yeah, able to reset the board here and take out the Nocturne. Zingbet, he put up a really good push, but now he's not really sitting on a whole lot in hand. He's probably going to look for the Invoke here with the Priestess and see if he can top deck into something really nice. And there's the Living Legends. I don't think there's any reason not to take this card. This card destroys games, filling your hand with random Celestials and then absolutely filling your mana to full. That's probably going to come out next turn. And just totally demolish the board state. Just fill your board with these massive Celestial Dragons. Very scary for Spencer to deal with his relatively low health deck.
And the 1 card, well, now 2 cards in hand. He still has the back-to-back, and he draws the single combat. Probably not exactly what he wanted to see, but it's better than nothing.
So Zingbet here with the Living Legends. Living Legends actually refills your regular mana as well as your spell mana. So gaining 2 mana on this play, giving him the ability to really use all the resources in his hand to the best of his ability. He may wait to commit it onto his attack turn, although at this point, with that Living Legend, that's kind of the swing he needed to turn this game around.
You think he might even just let this attack go through and then try and play Living Legends next? Or is that a little too confident? Okay, so he does put up
the Living Legends is a burst spell, but all the spells it creates are like creature spells. So they come out at slow speed. So there's really no value in playing it beforehand. Actually pulling a ton of Celestial cards here, finding some really cheap and easy cards you can play to set up his Nightfall. These Living Legend cards, they do expire at the end of his turn, so he's going to have to make a read and decide what's more valuable to him. And going for the Obliterate, the double Obliterate, no back-to-back is going to save you. No, actually boosting the units out of 3 damage drains. Of course, it was a misread on my part. The Obliterate effect only affects units with less than 3 power, so that back-to-back coming in as a very clutch response. So good awareness from Spencer, knowing that he's going to need that to keep himself alive from this Invoke, the Celestial Pull.
Yeah, there we go. He put a lot of value into it, and it paid off. He's going to be able to keep his board here, and again, his board is all he has at this point. Only holding on to a single combat, but he does have a 6/7 and a 5/6. Nothing to ignore.
So pulling, this is the card that I was originally thinking it was. This card that he just pulled here, it's a 9 cost, obliterate 2 enemy units, no matter how much power, how much health, how much anything, as long as you're currently holding onto a Celestial. So although all the Celestial cards currently in his hand are going to disappear at the end of the turn, he will have the ability to create more with his priestesses, his Lunari priestesses, and that Supernova is going to come out and decimate Spencer's side of the board. So Spencer really running out the clock here, just trying to race to the end, take out that Nexus before he falls. But at this point, Zingbet looks like he's got a really good grasp on the game. A full card to Spencer's nothing, 4 units on board. This is a scary situation for Spencer.
Yeah, this really was a race to the end. They're both clambering for the victory here. Zingbet, again, just having way more options than Spencer does, and his units are now back to their weak little pathetic forms, and he's going to go for the Obliteration, knowing that he might not have any way of responding. He does draw the Quinn, but not sure how important that's going to be now facing the army coming from Zingbet.
Unfortunately, Quinn on defense, not being leveled up, making the Valor as a second blocker. There is some value to that, but it's just not enough. Really, at this point, he loses his board, and it's going to be a really awkward trade. having to trade this Quinn defensively, you never want to have to take your Quinn, make your Quinn take this much damage. You want your Quinn to be healthy. You want her to be able to attack twice and combo with that misfortune, but just not able to find that opportunity in this game.
Again, Spencer,
No hand. His board is almost empty as well. He gets the Ranger's Resolve, but
Oh, and the double Doom Beast comes out, and that's going to be the game for Zingbet, outlasting the Misfortune Quinn aggro. Doom Beast number 1, draining 2, Doom Beast number 2 queued up in hand, and that's going to be lethal. Zingbet winning our 4th and final match of the day against this Quinn Misfortune. Really awesome set between these two. Zingbet takes the win 2-1.
never tell him the odds.
aggro. Who's heard of aggro? It's nothing in the
Yeah,
face.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I mean, I thought I understood this game, but my predictions have been pretty off for the duration of this tournament. These Misfortune Quinn decks, in some situations, they're just absolutely devastating. And then in other situations, they're just getting out-tempoed. They're just not finding these late-game cards that they need. They lose that speed. I think comparing the Misfortune decks that we've seen, Dango's deck actually choosing to opt for the Lucian and the Kithria the Bold seems to be making the strongest claims. So for all Misfortune Quinn players here in our Twitch chat right now, maybe consider swapping out some of those cards for some of the cards that Dango's opted for. They've obviously shown to be very strong when
Lessons
combined in
learned.
that list.
Yeah, I'll admit, I also believe that, aggro equals win, but showing that there is a bit of intricacy there. You have to really know what you're doing and knowing what cards are more valuable, and just being able to read the board state and play around your opponent, feeling them out. That's an invaluable skill if you're going to play aggressive decks, and especially even if you're going to be playing against them. Just these skills are something that you really need to have if you're going to win anything here.
Absolutely. And again, to all of our competitors today for competing in our ICGN Legends of Runeterra tournament, thank you so much for playing. These were awesome games to watch. I had a great time. Betterson, what did you think? How did you feel about this tournament?
Do you really think I'm going to say I didn't have a great time, buddy? Come on.
No, I just want to know how you felt. What did you think? Give me your thoughts.
Best night, yeah, there's really interesting games. We saw a lot of really good swings and a lot of just, again, heel turn. This game's about to end for someone else, and then they just turn around, boom, they win. The Nautilus is probably my highlight, even though I wasn't fully there for it. I'm a big fan of the deep deck, and being able to see the Nautilus come out and do some real damage is a big highlight for me. What about you? What your favorite part about the night?
Obviously that Nightfall aggro and seeing it clutch the match-ending, tournament-ending win is so satisfying for me. Really getting to see that Nocturne Diana list really play to its strengths and actually beat a deck that I felt was favored to kind of demolish into this tournament. So really impressive job from all of our players here tonight. A big thank you once again to both our players and our sponsors, EDG Collective and All Mid, for sponsoring this tournament, and to everybody that showed up to participate in the tournament, and to everybody that came out to watch. Thank you so much, Twitch chat, for coming out and watching and supporting your student gamers. We'll have the tournament administrators are currently tallying up the points from the previous rounds, and as soon as we have the bracket for the finals set up, that will be appearing on screen in front of you, so that we can prepare for our finals set.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how the finals turn out. Even if they don't happen today, tomorrow, or next week, whenever they do, I am sure it's going to be riveting.
Absolutely. Yeah, of course, the schedule for that will be kind of posted once we have a clear understanding of what that's going to look like, once we've had a chance to conference with the players. But it looks like we actually have our bracket set up. We're going to have that appearing on screen for you momentarily. I'm really excited to see how these things turned out. Obviously, we only got to see a percentage of the matches. There were other matches happening concurrently as these matches on stream were being played. So we had 4 rounds of Swiss with a total of 10 players. So there were a number of matches that we didn't get to see. But some really kind of exciting things looking forward to for our top 4 players. I'm excited to see what pool we're going to be working with for the finals here.
Yeah. Yeah, so even the games we didn't get to watch, it'll be interesting to see the results and see, who came out on top, who's gonna make it to the next round. We just gotta get that bracket, the sweet bracket.
And of course, just as a reminder for those of you that may have been dropping in later on, our top 3 finalists. So our top 4 finalists are going to be competing in a finals tournament either tomorrow or another day. We have to kind of confirm with our players. But the top 3 players are each going to be receiving $10, $20, and $50 respectively RP card rewards. And also receiving a Cougar Bunker. It's like a mouse bungee stand to kind of keep your mouse cord out of your way as you're playing games. Really useful kind of piece of equipment for gamers that play like FPS shooters, MOBAs, any game where you're moving your mouse back and forth a lot. Nice way to keep your cords out of your way so you don't get tangled. So big thank you again to our sponsors for providing those prizes for our finalists.
Right. I believe we have the bracket, if I'm not mistaken. Right?
Yeah, so perfect. As you can see here on screen, our top 4 finalists that are going to be competing in our finals at a later dates are going to be Zingbet, who we've seen on stream twice tonight, Django, who we've seen as well a number of times, David TDU, and Spencer are going to be competing for that top 3 spot. So definitely make sure to tune in for that when that goes live. There will be announcements on Twitter. If you don't have our links currently, if you're not currently following, links are down below at the bottom of the screen. Definitely drop a follow so you can stay tuned for when that final is going to be taking place. I'm really pumped. I loved watching all of these players play. We didn't get to see David obviously, but Zingbets, Dango, and Spencer were a ton of fun to watch, and hopefully we'll get to see David once we get those technical difficulties sorted out. We'll be able to see David during the finals and see how he performs against these strong contenders.
For sure. Well, if there's anything else you'd like to share, again, any favorite moments about the night?
My favorite moment of the night was getting to cast this tournament with you, Betterson.
Oh, buddy.
That was my favorite moment, and a big thank you to my whole production team for helping me put this together. Again, my name is Zeddy, card game head at ICGN. Big thanks to Betterson McGee for dropping in here, helping me host and cast. Ryan for leading the broadcast team. To Pezora and Eric for running as tournament admins, and then to all the awesome other awesome staff at ICGN for getting these social posts out there, letting you guys know what's happening, coming up with these awesome graphics that you've seen on screen, all these things. Big thank you to the ICGN team. And again, once again, thank you so much for tuning in, everyone. I hope you had fun, and we can't wait to see you at the finals.
Have a great night.